Lieutenant Colonel Yu was silent on a wide runway. In front of him, a man and a woman stood at attention. Their silence was long. "I don't believe it." It was a word like the sigh of Lieutenant Colonel Yu that broke the silence. When he opened his mouth, Kim Joo-hyuk and Kim Yuri flinched. "I thought I wouldn't change my faith in you, but now I can't believe what you just said." "I'm sorry." They asked for forgiveness at once. But Lieutenant Colonel Yu told those seeking forgiveness. "I believe you, but I just can't believe the story about Kim Tae-hoon. There is no lie." "Yes, there is no lie." At the words of Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who said he could not believe it, both of them emphasized again that the words they spoke were true. Lieutenant Colonel Yu closed his eyes, and then reassessed the ridiculous information they had told him. He killed a yellow-grade monster without lifting a hand. He knew that Kim's ability was great. He could guess that fact with the skills Kim showed to Oh Se-bum. In addition, Lieutenant Colonel Yu was generally able to maximize the possibilities and abilities of those who did not know themselves. The battalion commander of the 35th Commandos should do that. He was the head of the commandos that had to deal with terrorist groups targeting the capital of the Republic of Korea. The damage caused by underestimating an enemy was endured not by the soldiers, but the civilians. Therefore, the enemy had to be portrayed properly in his mind. However, Kim's ability to learn based on the reports of the two was more than he had expected. No one would have expected Kim to be so strong. It's not more than expected, it's more than common sense. It was literally beyond common sense. In front of that fact, Lieutenant Colonel Yu's heart began to run faster and faster. Crisis is a chance. Lieutenant Colonel Yu was the only one who had contact with Kim. Of course, if Kim's force increased, the influence of Lieutenant Colonel Yu, who was in contact with him, would grow. If he does this mission, my position can be changed. If Kim performed this mission, his achievement would naturally be the achievement of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. In the end, it is going to follow Kim's scenario. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Yu decided to bet all of his own on Kim. "You two stay in Bucheon and watch Kim." "No, you can't watch him." Their expressions immediately distorted at the order. They went to watch, but they were caught, and cooperated with Kim, therefore, it was not at the level of asking for forgiveness. Rather, it came out well. But Lieutenant Colonel Yu was rather satisfied with the fact now, as he was able to put a person next to Kim. "If Kim secures her from Incheon, please attach to her." Kim Joo-hyuk asked for clarity. "You mentioned her." "Kate Kennedy. This time Kim's mission is to rescue her from Incheon." 7. Who is Kate Kennedy? On the way back to Bucheon, Jang Sung-hoon asked questions while walking the long distance. Who on earth is she, and the Capital Defense Command is giving us a national treasure to save her? The demand of Lieutenant Colonel Yu was simple, to rescue Kate Kennedy, a woman in Incheon. When her name came out, Kim did not ask a single question about her identity, as if he knew the name, but it was natural for Jang to ask questions. "She is a daughter of Douglas Kennedy." "Who is he?" Kim did not hide her identity. "The U.S. ambassador to Korea." Without a moment of hesitation, he immediately told Jang the identity of the woman they had to find. Yes. The problem was that Jang dared not even imagine it. Jang stopped his steps with his head tilted, and after a little silence, he opened his eyes wide enough to burst and said, "The U.S. ambassador to Korea?" A name beyond all expectations. On the contrary, it was a familiar name to Kim, and it had to be a familiar name, because he knew what it would be like to the Republic of Korea if the U.S. ambassador to Korea and his family were threatened. But why the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea? It's evidence that they secured the U.S. ambassador to Korea. Jang, who heard the words, looked bitter. She is not a Korean, but they're paying a national treasure to save an American daughter. No, not just an American, not just himself, but a national treasure to save his daughter, a natural treasure of the Republic of Korea. From the point of view of Jang, a national treasure was something that he could not approach by himself. It was an admirable thing just to look at. Well, I think that the US ambassador to Korea would really appreciate it if we could save her, and I hope he's a man who can draw a line between public and private matters so that it's worth saving her. It was not pleasant to see such a national treasure paid for the lives of other countries. Kim was not very happy with this fact in a different sense. I'm sure he will be happy if he finds a family member who is precious in this hellish world. Yes, I'm sure he will be very happy that they will find his family when others can't even check their families out there. So, the threat will work well. Yes, and the threat will work, what do you mean? If they put a gun to the head of the US ambassador to Korea and threaten him, the threat won't work, but if they put a gun to her head in front of him, the story will be different. Jang could not say any words at the words of Kim. He stared at Kim blankly. What Kim said was so appalling. On the other hand, Kim, who spoke the eerie words, painted the situation of Seoul in his mind. The US ambassador to Korea is definitely a good key, but it is too much to offer a national treasure that has become a relic to threaten him. I understand why they want to get the daughter of the US ambassador to Korea. It is a good key for them to keep her in their hands. However, from a diplomatic point, to pay a national treasure, which has become a relic, to threaten one US ambassador to Korea is too much. But Lieutenant Colonel Yu said he was willing to pay the price. This meant that the situation was not simple. If it could affect the US forces in Korea, it would be a good idea. And if there was a problem with the USFK command system now, and the US ambassador to Korea had considerable influence on the USFK, they do not need to begrudge a national treasure or TWP. If we define the current situation as wartime, even if there is no president or prime minister, the presence of the USFK alone will be enough to get a pretext. The power of the USFK is so powerful. If we look at the bigger picture than anything else, if the US moves in earnest with enough power over time, the group that is in conflict with the USFK is virtually finished for. If we could secure her, there would be nothing to lose exchanging her for the national treasure. Obviously, even if we do not receive a national treasure, securing the daughter of the US ambassador to Korea is not too different from holding a strong card in our hands. Boss. Jang now came to his senses and spoke to Kim, who had been focusing on the name of Kate Kennedy. Do you think they are saving the daughter of the US ambassador to Korea to make a real threat him? It's hard to find a reason to pay a national treasure, because at this point the national treasure is similar in value to fighters. So, they're buying a hostage by paying the national treasure to threaten him? This time, Kim paused to briefly survey Jang. At the moment he heard that, he remembered what Lieutenant Colonel Yu had said, that he had changed. However, Kim did not fall into the mood. I need to change more. I know better than anyone else that there came an era when people could not survive without changing. I'll change as much as I can. 8. Gasp, gasp, gasp. The man running down the road looked like a steam train. He ran like a crazy man, and the breath he gave off every time he ran looked like the steam of a steam locomotive running on a railway track. The difference was that behind him, something as scary as a steam locomotive followed. Ka. They were unidentified monsters screaming. Their appearance was quite strange. It was similar to a monkey, but it had to be called a flockus because its whole body was covered with dirty fur that reminded him of a mop. Only one body part was visible, a club-like nose that protruded through the fur-covered face. A big-nosed orangutan. They were active in packs, and they were one of the monsters that made the city of Incheon, which was like a jungle with the collapsed buildings and abandoned cars, their home. And they were very nasty and cruel. F***ck, damn it. They made a plaything of the humans that they caught. They didn't just eat humans, they played with them. In some cases, they crushed human limbs and prevented them from escaping, through their urine and feces, tortured them, or raped men and women. So, the condition of the humans who had been caught by the big-nosed orangutans was always terrible. I can't get caught. I'd rather die. The man who ran, Bae Sung-joon, had seen such bodies several times. That was why he was desperate. At that moment, Bae saw a collapsed building. It was virtually a dead end, completely covering the road. Why is the road blocked here? Perhaps, the roar the other day. Bae turned his head to the side. Ka. At that moment, one of the big-nosed orangutans that were chasing him threw a stone in its hand. The stone hit Bae's shoulder. Arg. He fell to the ground with the scream. His mind turned white as he fell. Arg. In his white mind, he began to imagine his fate. Oh, no. It was a desire for life that made Bae wake up. He forced himself to rise. Then he turned and looked behind him. He looked at the big-nosed orangutans that were coming furtively toward him. He shouted with all his might, "Go away! Go away!" At the shouts, the snaky cry, "Hu-hu," came from the moppy heads of the big-nosed orangutans. One of them threw a stone in its hand at him, as he was about to get up. Whack! The stone hit his chest. His face crumpled, and he fell to the ground again. Some of the big-nosed orangutans began to pick up the stones on the roadside, slowly walking toward him as he lay on the ground. The playing began. The King bastards. Bae, who knew the intentions of the big-nosed orangutans, was angry at the fact and also frightened. At the same time, he knew what would happen in the future. The big-nosed orangutans would throw stones and scare him until he peed his pants. And at the moment they got what they wanted, they would break his limbs and drag him back to their nest. His suffering would not compare to right now. Ah! Ah! In the end, he shouted at the sky with a desperate feeling. Please, please save me. I'll do anything. There was no God. He, who had hated God hundreds and thousands of times after December 31st, hated God and found God at this moment. Of course, there was no God. Shoo. There was only a monster. Please. It was a moment. With a sound like a passing wind, 5 of the big-nosed orangutans that were approaching him stopped. After they stopped, they fell to the ground in succession. 5 consecutive thumps were audible. The fallen big-nosed orangutans began to shed mixed blood and brain fluids out of both temples. He stiffened in front of this incredible sight. A shadow began to fall over his head and looked up. The monster who had saved him, said, "I have a question." Kim Tae-hoon had appeared in Incheon City. A woman was cutting open the chest of a monster's corpse lying on the ground with a knife between its ribs. The red jewel that the woman who had cut open the chest popped out after she drove her hand into it without hesitation. She approached a man who sipping coffee in a thermos bottle, wiping the blood off her hands and the red jewels with a towel hanging in her pocket. "Are you doing that on purpose?" Kim Yuri then asked a question to Kim Tae-hoon, giving him the monster stone. Gulp. Kim Tae-hoon swallowed the monster stone and raised his left eyebrow instead of answering. It meant that she had to clarify her question. "Are you trying to save a survivor by intentionally appearing like that in an emergency?" Kim nodded at the remark. "Why are you doing that? It would look like a savior." "Yes. They are more cooperative with the savior who saved them than with passers-by." Kim Tae-hoon closed the lid of the thermos and moved toward Bae Sung-joon, who was licking the chocolate bar which had been given. Maybe Bae would prove his answer now. As Kim approached, Bae got up in surprise. "Oh, thank you. This Grace Dash. Have you ever seen this woman?" Kim sharply cut off Bae's words, asked questions and took out a paper sketch. A white woman in her mid-20s with a cold appearance was painted by a well-drawn sketch. "Her name is Kate Kennedy." Bae looked hard at the sketch and shook his head. Kim did not express any sense of frustration at the sight. He wouldn't have come to Incheon in person if he could find her so easily. "In the end, should I enter Yangjong Island?" According to the information provided by Lieutenant Colonel Yu, the last place to confirm that Kate Kennedy was alive was Yangjong Island, where Incheon International Airport was located. Of course, it was highly likely that she was still on Yangjong Island. He just asked questions in case she had come out of Yangjong Island with the guards escorting her. Therefore, he immediately went on to the next question: are there any survivors or any forces that survivors have created in Incheon today? Yes, there is. This time there was an answer. What about the number of survivors? I think there are more than 1,000 people. I don't know the details. There seem to be more than 1,000. Kim Yuri, who was listening to the conversation behind him, had a terrible look. Incheon City had a population of nearly 3 million. Incheon had 2.92 million people. Of course, Incheon City was wide. In terms of population density, it was inevitably lower than Bucheon. But even considering that, the fact that the population of survivors was 1,000 units was a point of despair. The same was true of Kim. The damage is enormous. As soon as he heard the figure of 1,000, he remembered a remark made by Lee Jin-sung, the head of the Messiah. Bucheon was lucky. Incheon became hell. There was nothing wrong with what he said. The damage in Incheon was no better than that of Bucheon. But Kim was not choked by the tragedy. Where are they? There are survivors at Ganseoko-jori and Ganseoko-jori Station. What is the name of the surviving group? Yes. Bae hesitated to answer for the first time. Kim Tae-hoon squinted his eyes. He did not appear to be like Marvel Comics hero in the eyes of Bae, saving him voluntarily. He came here at the risk of his life. And it was not just Kim's life that was at risk. The lives of those under an umbrella named Kim Tae-hoon were also at stake. Under such circumstances, there was no reason to give consideration to a person who was a stranger, or a person who would have died if it had not been for himself. What is the name of the surviving group? So it's... Kim's eyes changed. If he didn't answer right away, if he kept hesitating, he would strongly express his determination to use all means and methods to force the answer. I'll give you 3 seconds. After the last notification came out, Bae just barely gave an answer in amazement. Well, it's not that. They don't have a name. The survivors are just survivors. There is no name. No, really. But there are some who call them plunderers instead. They are criminals. At the answer, Kim withdrew his appalling presence. At the same time, thanks to the answer, he was able to draw the situation in Incheon more properly. I think the survivors of Incheon City have no contact with the outside world. If they had had contact with an outside survivor in any way, they would have had a name to distinguish themselves from the outside world. However, the lack of a name meant that they did not feel the need to distinguish it from the outside world. Is it because of Bucheon? And if he looked at the situation in Incheon, it was understandable. Currently, only the city of Bucheon was operating properly among the cities that had a point of contact with Incheon. However, none of the survivors of Bucheon wanted to go to Incheon. The same went for those who moved from Incheon to Bucheon. There was no reason to go back. In other words, the city of Incheon was blocked off from the city of Bucheon and became isolated. However, if they formed a group, they will have factions in some way. I think there is a good leader in Incheon. Another, there was a high possibility that there would be a proper leader among the survivors of Incheon City, because no one followed a poor leader in a life-threatening situation where his or her life was at stake. Plunderer. Of course, that didn't mean everyone was united. In Incheon, there were people who survived by plundering humans like monsters. Survivors and plunderers, I like it simple. Anyway, the situation itself was clear. How much weapon power do the survivors and plunderers have? Kim asked to get more detailed information. But the answer to that question came from elsewhere. Ka. It was a scream that came out at the moment the colleagues of the dead big-nosed orangutans noticed the smell of blood. Among them, there was a big guy with orange eyes, unlike the other big-nosed orangutans with mops for hair. Ka! Ah! Bae fell to the ground at the scream of the orange-eyed big-nosed orangutan. Of course, he had no mental composure to answer Kim's question. Kim, who was interrupted by the conversation, frowned. His frowning eyes blackened. Shoo! At the same time, the arrow at the waist of Kim moved. The arrow, which flew through the wind to punish the monsters who had offended its master's mood, penetrated the noise of the detestable monsters one by one. It took only a moment for the 6 big-nosed orangutans to become meat no longer breathing. Ku. The leader of the big-nosed orangutans, which had been able to grasp the presence of the arrow, avoided the arrow going through its temples as it moved, but the arrow instead penetrated its throat. Ku, kuhu. Kuk. The arrow showed itself in front of the monster that had started to choke instead of scream. Pot. It penetrated the middle of the forehead of the big-nosed orangutan at once. Once again, silence had arrived. In the silence, Kim lowered his posture to meet the eyes of Bae, who had fallen on the ground. How much weapon power do the survivors and plunderers have? Gansyaku Jori. As per the term Ojori, Gansyaku Jori was a place where 5 roads converged. In the center of the 5 streets, there was an elevated bridge named Gansyaku Overpass. It was literally an overpass. An elevated bridge that could be called an overpass, the road above the road, it was just a bridge for drivers and traffic monitors. But now the overpass was replacing a tower. Men in military uniforms were carrying guns, telescopes, and monitoring the area. It was a sight that had never been seen before. The landscape around the overpass was also quite different from that of Gansyaku Jori. Cars on the road were settled like barricades, and there were clear signs of a struggle between the monsters that wanted to cross the road, and those who tried to stop them. The biggest change was that 2 of the 5 streets of Gansyaku Jori were blocked by collapsed buildings. Kim Yuri looked at the place that should now be called Gansyaku three-way intersection through a telescope from the rooftop of an ownerless building, and she clicked her tongue slightly. Their defense is more thorough than I thought. The defense of the survivors at Gansyaku Jori was very thorough. It wasn't just through luck that the city of Incheon survived 3 months in hell. I think it's dangerous to make a contact. Naturally, blind contact with survivors was not different from approaching an injured beast. Kim Yuri's advice of danger was quite fair. However, Kim Tae-hoon's actions were different. Stay here. What? I will meet the leader of the survivors alone. At his words, she looked at him in surprise. She repeated what she had said a little while ago, with her eyes, blind contact is dangerous. However, he did not listen to her eyes or words. There are children. What he was interested in was the fact that the children were running around in the Gansyaku Jori. What the hell is that? She couldn't understand his explanation easily. What does it matter? To Kim Yuri, it was not worth considering that the children were running around. He was willing to explain to her. There are 2 major cases in which groups have children with guns without government permission. One is a group of terrorists who want to use the children for suicide bombings by brainwashing them. What's the other? The others are fools who risk their lives in a world where their lives are hard to save. Her face hardened at the explanation. If his explanation is correct, it means that the armed group with children is simply one of the 2, an angel or a devil. Is there a way to classify the 2 cases? Of course, Kim had the knowledge to distinguish them. Terrorists usually only have children around the age of 10. If they become 13 years old or older, they will be in danger of thinking for themselves. If they are under 7 years old, they will not be able to carry out orders, because they are too weak to carry bombs. At his advice, she did not dare to express her admiration. Instead of admiring him, she had to shut her mouth tightly to keep up with the goosebumps rising on her skin. What kind of life? It was too far from her imagination, the days spent by Kim Tae-hoon, who was talking about scary things as if they were very useful knowledge. However, he did not give her any more attention. He turned his head as he looked at Gansyako Jori. She also turned her head along with him. Of course, there was nothing visible. What's going on? But he clearly heard the sound of a group armed with weapons approaching at a rapid pace toward Gansyako Jori and the distinctive sound of a tank when it moved. The plunderers. There's a tank. What? AK-1A1. 2. Her expression hardened at the explanation. 2 tanks. Oh, my God. Having 2 tanks means that they actually armed with something they couldn't hurt easily. Of course, it would be a nightmare for survivors of Gansyako Jori. However, it was his choice that she was more concerned about. He has already said that he deliberately appeared when the other person fell into an urgent moment and he helped them. According to his logic, he would come out after the tanks had spewed their shells and turned Gansyako Jori into a mess. He was a cold-hearted man, beyond the callousness of making such a choice. Sergeant Kim Yuri. Tell me. Give the survivors the news of plunderers coming. But this time he was different. Then you. He did not answer her question. Instead, he threw himself from the roof of the building. Kiriri. A grotesque sound appeared on the quiet road. Kiriri. It was the sound of wheels made especially to move a huge mass of metal, tank treads moving in an infinite orbit. It gives me goosebumps. Was the sound of a tank so scary? It was a horrifying sound. It was not scary simply because it was an unfamiliar sound. The tank, which was the result and cause of war, was a perfect weapon that no longer needed improvement. It was a weapon that excelled in driving human beings to feel fear and death. If they did not shiver when they heard the sound, they would be a monster, not a human being. Kirik. Soon the tank stopped, and the road became quiet. But there were no people who could keep their composure in the silence. As if to surround the tanks, the riflemen that moved along the tanks swallowed their saliva, more nervous than when the tanks made the terrifying sound, Kiririk. Bang! At that moment the tank's barrel blew out thunder. 4. Kim Yuri, who came down from the building at once, immediately started running toward the Gansyako Jori. The road she ran along was not a place where she was allowed to run. All sorts of obstacles, including cars, were filling the road. Phew! But she started to run without wavering. Her movements were amazing. Swish! She vaulted a small car in one jump. Thud! She stepped on the van to pass. Slip! In the case of a truck, she slid under the gap seen below the wheels without slowing. What? Something is coming. At her cat-like movements, the watchers, who had been placed throughout the buildings, were surprised. They were so surprised that they forgot their roles for a while. Alert! Alert! Swing the flag! Swing the red flag! Those who were late in their roles pushed the flags out of the buildings. A red T-shirt hung on a flagpole formerly used to display a Korean flag, a red devil T-shirt that filled Korea in 2002 fluttered. The flag? The fluttering flag came into the view of those who were on the overpass of Gansyako Jori. Red alert! The complexions of those at the overpass had paled. One of them immediately raised the loudspeaker and shouted, "Evacuate! Evacuate!" Other people were shouting out, "Get into the station! Everybody, evacuate into the station," they fiercely shouted with pale faces. They were very desperate. Take care of the kids. Get into the building. The most desperate were those who were close to the children. Those carrying the children who started to cry began to run with their teeth clenched tightly. The children who could not find someone to carry them fell on the ground while running away. It was total chaos. And that was what Kim Yuri was aiming for. The situation was urgent to explain, so she tried to warn the survivors of Gansyako Jori to evacuate. There was one warning she should do in the voice. The tanks are coming. Watch out for the shells. She shouted at the overpass with all her might. Because she was a soldier, she knew very well that if she was a tank driver, the best target for destroying the survivors' territory at this moment was. Get down from the overpass. Bang! At that moment, a clap of thunder went over the overpass. No one responded to the sound of the flash. The response came after a shell passed over the overpass to hit a building behind it. Ah! Shell, it's a shell. Screams that only the crazed could spit out began to burst out everywhere. Bang! At the same time, a building that was hit by the shells began to collapse as if it was spitting blood. Bang! The tank threw up another shell. Bang! The second shell bursting before the confusion spread made another building start to collapse. Ah! At that moment, none of the survivors of Ganshyako Jori were able to make rational, reasonable judgments. Damn it! On the other hand, Kim Yuri could be rational at this moment. She had seen it a lot, because of her experience. It was due to numerous encounters with the sites in Seoul, and she knew what would happen when the tank spit out a shell between the forest of buildings. Of course, she also knew what the survivors of this chaotic place would choose. The humans who survived at this moment were selfish animals that only take care of their own lives. The ones who would die first in that selfishness, children. Ah! Mummy! Mummy! That's why it was hard to find young children when monsters had swept past. Even worse, it was hard to find the dead bodies of such children. The soft bodies of the dead children were the first meat that the monsters ate. Kim Yuri grit her teeth tight. Select. The situation was urgent. Tanks began to vomit shells, survivors were scrambling to survive by running into the station and the building, and the shelled buildings were beginning to collapse. Of course, it was not easy to take care of her life. So, in this situation, she always took care of her life. It wasn't because she wanted to. Her life did not exist to save a child, but rather to carry out a special mission, so she couldn't take the risk. It was a directive and an order to her. The guidelines and orders were not different now. Naturally, at ordinary times, she would have moved to save her life. But at this moment she was concerned about the image of Kim Tae-hoon who had moved to save the lives of the children. And her anxiety ended earlier than expected. He's right. His actions had always produced good results, but the only outcome that she had from following guidelines and orders had been disastrous. The results proved who was right. She didn't hesitate when she thought to that point. She became a black leopard once again and began running towards the crying children. Bang! Bang! At that moment a third and fourth cannon shot was heard. Ah! At the same time, screams began to rise in the direction of the gunfire. 5. Around the K1A1 tank that was stationed on the road were plunderers armed with guns. It was not a strange sight. Tanks were deadly weapons, but not omnipotent. There were weapons that could threaten tanks. For example, an anti-tank rocket poking its head toward the side of a tank was enough to threaten it. It was no wonder that riflemen were guarding the area of the tank, to remove such elements. Corn. It was natural that the ears of the riflemen deployed for escort duty would become deaf as soon as the tank fired. Why did we use this good thing now, damn it, if we had used this earlier, we would never have fought with those guys over there. Don't you think? And it was also natural for an assassin to use the gap created by the roar. Huh. Between the building and the building next to the tank, a rifleman who was guarding the area turned to hear the answer to his question. At that moment, what he saw was a strangely bent figure of a fellow who falling down and a black fist flying toward his face. Bam! The black fists drowned the face of the man wearing a bulletproof hat. Cuck. This short word was all that was left of him. Kim Tae-hoon, after killing two people at once, mentally grabbed the guns that they had held. After catching the guns that came up into his grasp, he pulled the triggers with the guns pointing at the sky. Tutu. The unhindered gunfire took over the place which the shell's roar had passed. It's a gunshot. There. Over there. The plunderers began to gather like fire moths toward the gunshots. Kim Tae-hoon waited for them. The moment they appeared, he shot them with a gun in turn. Tutu. It was not a hard job, but an easy task. It was a much more familiar task for him to fire and kill them as they gathered after hearing the gunfire than to handle an arrow or a sword with his telekinesis and shoot them out with his power. Cook. The short final sound of those who were shot was also familiar to him. And what was bitter in his mouth was also familiar. He frowned around a bitter taste worse than the most bitter coffee. It's the worst. He has never been pleasant since the monsters appeared, but he had also never felt more uncomfortable since the monsters appeared. It was, because of the children, of course. He was not going to be a hero. He was not going to deny that he was a murderer. He was not the only one, but all of them living lives similar to him were killers. But they also had their own lines, the line that should not be crossed. The children were one of those lines. He did not want to be a monster pointing a muzzle at children, even if it was a terrible battlefield. Quarn. Of course, he did not intend to give the tank that was shooting at this moment even a handful of mercy. Tsrong. He pulled a sword from his back. 6. In turn, the tanks that spewed 4 artillery shells began to pause. Arg. Screaming took over the space where the fire had died down. The drivers pushing their upper bodies out of the hatch of the tank, looked in the direction of the sound, between the buildings, frowning at the scream. What the hell is going on? After hearing the gunshots after the gunfire, their companions rushed to the place, where screams came out. Hey! Hey! What's going on? It was crazy for the tank drivers. They wanted to close the hatch after they put themselves in the tank. But it was not allowed, because someone had to look around. It's crazy. At this moment, the tanks, which were more reliable than anything else, felt like prisons around them. Therefore, the tank drivers' minds were filled with fear. Something fell into the mess. Thump. Something fell from the rearmost tank with a rough sound. Thump. With that, the elongated barrel of the tank fell to the ground with it cut off. Ha. The faces of those who frowned at this ridiculous sight changed to blankness. As they all looked dazed, the man who had cut the barrel off with a single sword jumped up like a spring as soon as he landed on the ground and climbed on top of the tank whose barrel he had cut off. 2 men were sticking out of the top of the tank, and he landed among them and painted a semicircle with the sword in his hand. Shoo! The 2 heads within the trajectory of the semicircle fell to the ground, cut off. The man pulled out one body of the 2 who leaned over the entrance of the tank. What is it? The question came from a man who did know what was happening in the tank. The answer to the question was given by Kim, exhaling loudly. Fuhu. He breathed out a huge flame into the tank. Arg. A terrible scream came from the flames filling the tank. Back. Back. At the scream, the tank in front slowly turned its turret around. Turn the gun barrel around. The long barrel aimed back. However, there was no Kim Tae-hoon there when the gun barrel finally pointed at the tank behind it. Thump. Like crossed over the stepping stones, he landed on the top of the tank that had turned its turret in one leap. Shoo! Again, as before, he cut apart the 2 men who were leaning out of the hatch to see what was happening. Then he waited near the entrance of the tank with his sword in the air with his telekinesis. What's going on? A man appeared like a mole, and Kim grabbed the man's neck and pulled out his body. In the process, the man's pelvis and legs hit the entrance, so fast that he was bruised. Arg. Of course, the man screamed. However, the screaming faded as soon as Kim's right hand mercilessly crushed his ribs. Air. There was no such thing as screaming in a situation where he could not even breathe. Kim threw the man out of the tank. The man began to wriggle on the ground like a worm. After that, Kim said to the last remaining person, the tank's pilot. "Come out." 7. The cannon fired 4 times. There were only those 4 shots. However, the gunfire did not achieve a single thing it wanted. All the shells aimed at the overpass crossed over it, and they broke down only the buildings. However, the 4 artillery shells were enough to turn Gansiako Jori into hell. "Save me dash, there's a man buried. Baw, mommy. Cough, cough." Those who had been buried in the wreckage of the buildings called for help. The children who had been frightened by the gunfire and pissed their pants burst into tears, and there were some people coughing in the dust that was rising. It was Kim Yuri who moved rationally in the mess. She took the children she had saved and moved to a safe place, and immediately began to help those who had survived. Hands up. It was those who ran out of the station armed for the battle that stopped her. She responded to their demands. She raised her hands high and bit her lips slightly. What a fool. If she hadn't taken care of the children, she could have avoided them. But she didn't. She was in a crisis. It was a stupid thing to do. But she wasn't heavy-hearted or complicated. "Father. Father." The man who pointed the gun at her began to look for a priest in a loud voice. Then a young man in a black priest uniform appeared. The young man looked at her. "What are you? Answer straight." At the following warning, she told her name and rank. "My name is Kim Yuri, a member of the 35th Commandos of the Capital Defense Command, and my rank is sergeant." Everyone looked surprised at the confession. On the other hand, the young priest did not look surprised and asked, "Are you here to save the companions of the 35th Commandos?" This time, she looked surprised. The companions. But their conversation did not proceed further. Father, there's a man in the sky." A man rushed out in haste and shouted in a trembling voice to the priest. "What? A man is coming here, stepping on the air. What the hell is that? There. Huh, a human." Kim Tae-hoon showed up in the sky. Everyone looked blank when they saw him. Ah. Kim Yuri could feel the meaning of the answer that he had given Sergeant Yuri. This really works. Kim Tae-hoon looked like a real savior now. On a day when despair and screaming filled the world, a man appeared like a messenger of God. It was a sight that anyone could not help but remember for life. Who is the leader? There was no such thing as resistance to Kim Tae-hoon after he appeared in such a scene. I am the representative. The same was true of Baek Young-jun, a leader of the survivors in Incheon, the priest. He stood in front of Kim, with no resistance, no dust rebellion, and a blank expression that he had never had before. Kim's left eyebrows rose slightly in the appearance of the priest. A priest? Compared to the leader he had been imagining in his mind, the priest in front of him was so weak that he could not be the leader. Even the big silver cross around his neck seemed hard for him to carry. However, Kim did not ponder the question for a long time. Whoever the leader was not important to Kim. In addition, he was not here simply to give blessings and joy. This is Kim Tae-hoon, the head of the Mac Guild, who manages Bucheon City. I'm Baek Young-jun, the priest who leads the survivors. I'll make one thing clear before I talk to you. With those words, Kim looked at the crowd. The crowd was staring at Kim with blank expressions, and it was hard to believe that their eyes had been colored with fear and despair a while ago. Kim looked at their faces one by one and said, after confirming the condition of Kim Yuri, all the plunderers who attacked this place were removed. The news was what everyone here wanted to hear. By my hands. Now, it was time for the crowd gathered at the news to cheer and shout. However, Kim did not allow their joy to spread. So, everyone here owes me their lives. With that short notice, his eyes turned bloody. No, from the beginning, his eyes were like that. It was just that everyone was in a fantasy, and now was time to wake up from the fantasy. Those who woke up from such fantasies realized that the man in front of them was not an angel, a savior, or a messenger of God. Is there anyone who is dissatisfied with this? And now it was time to realize that the man in front of them was not a charity businessman. The reason he came here was not to get the price of saving the lives of those here. 9. On the roof of the building, Kim, who had climbed up there, was drinking coffee in a thermos bottle and looking down at the Gansiako Jori. Survivors were busy moving around the overpass, which had been ruined by shell fire. It was like ants moving, but that was not a disparaging expression. Rather, there was no desperate and systematic activity to survive as did the ants, among the myriad things he knew. It was an expression of admiration for him to compare them to ants. In fact, those who survived here were miracles to be alive. Lee Jin-sung was right. The city of Incheon is actually gone. The first question Kim asked Baek, the leader of the survivor group, was about what they had seen and heard. At that question, Baek talked a long time, what kind of despair and fear Incheon city faced after the monster appeared. He had never imagined this much. The story of the priest Baek made the days he had spent in Bucheon City laughable. A monster with two heads. Especially the existence of a green-grayed monster, a twin-head ogre that appeared in Incheon City, was terrible. The twin-headed ogre, 10 meters tall, with muscles like armor, showed incredible ferocity and violence. As a man stepped on a can of beverages, it could step on a car and crumple it, and tear down a huge building with a body check. It was a monster that did not even allow the idea of running away, let alone then fighting back. In addition, there is a group that the ogre leads. The most terrible thing was that the twin-head ogre was not moving alone. It always moved with the orcs. There were always a lot of orcs at the scene of its slaughter. The orcs were not an ordinary horde either. Their head count was over 1,000, and inside the horde were mutant orcs, such as an orange-grayed black orc. It was a mix of two nightmares. If it had not been for God's sake, they would have been annihilated. In that situation, Baek Young-jun and other survivors were able to settle in the Gansiako Jori thanks to the relic Baek War. Kim took a smartphone out of his pocket and pulled up a photo file on the liquid crystal. It was a picture of the big cross that was hanging on the neck of Baek. There were translucent letters in the picture. The cross of a saint. Relic grade, grade 3. Relic value, special. Relic effect, the cross left by the 103rd martyr. It emanates a powerful force that prevents monsters from approaching. The cross of a saint was a cross received from the bishop who Baek served, a cross that one of the 103 martyrs carried all his life. That was why the cross survived. It was God's favor. Of course, Kim was not surprised at the fact that it was God's favor, and he did not overly appreciate the existence of God. There are many relics that prevent monsters from approaching, as well as the sunsabai of King Jinhung. What mattered to him was the fact that there were relics that prevented monsters from approaching. If one cross of a saint covers the Gansiako Jori, is the Vatican actually a calm and safe place? That fact would have an impact on the world situation in the future. The cross of a saint was not common. In the Vatican, only a few people in history were recognized as saints, and even the popes were not often recognized as saints. But the Vatican would have many relics, including the crosses of saints. In fact, it would not be strange if the Vatican itself has become a relic. If so, Italy will form a pretty powerful force around the Vatican. The Vatican would be a base for survivors, and a power would be created around it. This was all right. There was nothing wrong with a lot of people surviving. The problem was next. Italy was a country for war. The Vatican would of course be the base of the country of Italy, and Italy would start a struggle to survive from its base. If so, would they go out to save the world? Or would they want to be a new order in a world where everything had collapsed? If Italy was next to China. One thing was clear. In the past history, they chose the latter rather than the former, even if they did not know the future yet. If there is a God, he wants to see me die somehow. Kim laughed bitterly. At that time, a woman appeared on the roof of a building where he was located. It was Sergeant Kim Yuri. He closed the lid of the thermos bottle at her appearance. She, who understood his expression, swallowed. He said to her, "Did you finish talking to Sergeant Park Il-sun?" Sergeant Park Il-sun. He was a member of the 35th Commandos and was currently being protected by the survivors of the Gansiako Jori. Yes. He was also an awakener, with a mark on the back of his right hand. Now it's time to talk to me. Of course, there was a question. Why was an awakener, a member of the 35th Commandos, barely keeping his life in Incheon, losing his legs and left arm, as if he were a corpse? There had to be a reason. Was Sergeant Park Il-sun a member of the rescue team, sent to rescue Kate Kennedy? To be exact, the mission that was given to the rescue team and Sergeant Park Il-sun was to confirm the lives and whereabouts of not only Kate Kennedy, but also VIPs of various countries who were trying to depart the country through Incheon International Airport. What was the starting date? It was January 22. On January 22, the Capital Defense Command had dispatched rescue teams to Yangjong Island, where Incheon International Airport was located. The purpose was to identify the lives and deaths of the family or officials of the ambassadors of the United States and other countries. At that time, the Capital Defense Command, which did not know the situation abroad, could not ignore the demands of the ambassadors. If the emergence of monsters only happened in Korea, Korea would have to get help from the whole world, and the ambassador's voice and influence would grow. The problem was that it was impossible to move a powerful weapon, such as a large-scale force or tank, from Seoul to Incheon, in a situation where social infrastructure had collapsed. What about the members of the rescue team? There were 21. So, the rescue team was composed of a small number of elites. What was the number of awakeners? They were all awakeners. In addition, it needed to be composed of the awakeners with superhuman abilities that had appeared with the monsters. How many relics did they have? That's. And unlike guns that were easily supplied, powerful relics needed to be provided to the rescue team. How many national treasures were given to them? Among them were national treasures. There was no choice in the matter. The national treasure. The task of rescuing VIPs must be successful during the first attempt, because success rates go down exponentially after the first attempt fails. Of course, there was a clear reason for Kim Tae-hoon to judge that the national treasures were given to the rescue team. There were 2 national treasures. That's why they were going to give me a national treasure for this mission. When the colonel first said that he would receive a national treasure relic from Kate Kennedy's rescue mission, Kim hypothesized that the position of the U.S. ambassador to Korea was bigger than he had thought. So, his daughter, who could pressure the U.S. ambassador to Korea, had a national treasure ransom. But he could not have confidence in the hypothesis. The national treasure is her ransom, so they have to give me a national treasure. Even if Kate Kennedy's ransom was worth as much as a national treasure, there was no reason for the Capital Defense Command to pay the fair price. That was the way of the world. The strong do not make an even scale against the weak. In the view of the Capital Defense Command, they themselves were strong, and the Mac Guild and Kim Tae-hoon were weak. They wouldn't pay fair prices. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry about. That's what the government or the army does. I was wrong because I did not notice it. Nevertheless, giving national treasures in return for the mission would be worth more than national treasures. That was the background which convinced him that a national treasure was given to the rescue team. The rescue team was given national treasures, and the rescue team failed. Of course, the national treasures paid to the rescue team in Incheon City had been lost. If he collected them, it was not strange to be paid with national treasures. What are the names of the national treasures? They are the National Treasure number 91, horse figure type earthenware, and the National Treasure number 87, gold cap of gold crown tomb. Where are the two relics now? We don't know where gold cap of gold crown tomb is, but the location of the National Treasure number 91, horse figure type earthenware is. Sergeant Park knows. At her answer, he opened the lid of the thermos bottle. I think that the reason you easily revealed the information you have hidden in the meantime is not to confess. Then he said briefly before taking a drink, what do you want? I want to negotiate with Major Kim Tae-hoon. At her words, he drank coffee and his silence began. At the same time, the story of Sergeant Kim Yuri began, there's a traitor inside. 10. Equals sad face horse figure type earthenware. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, special. Relic effect, injecting mana can move the mounted doll. The amount of mana injected determines the amount of time you can move. Horse figure type earthenware was a very familiar relic to Koreans, because if they had ever opened a history textbook once, they would have seen more than one picture of this relic in the chapter on the period of the three states. A relic that should be kept in the glass tubes of the National Museum of Korea, was now in his hands. Grade 2, that's great. He was looking at the relic with black eyes. Kim Yuri's face, looking at him from his side, was stiff. The dice are thrown. The fact that a national treasure was passed on to his hands meant that she had failed her mission and committed disobedience and rebellion. There's nothing to say if I am sentenced to immediate execution. There were two duties for her. One was surveillance of Kim Tae-hoon. The other was to go to Incheon City along with him and collect the relics left by the rescue team who had failed to complete the mission, as he expected. In fact, the latter was much more important than the former. Of course, she should not have revealed clues or information about national treasures from him even if she was tortured. How powerful is this relic? It's powerful to buy time against a green-grade monster. Explain in more detail. If the Awakener of Mana rank B injects mana, we can fight for 11 minutes, and during that 11 minutes we stood up to the green-grade monster, the white high-footed spider. While the earthenware doll was gaining time, Major Oh Saebum jumped onto the body of the white high-footed spider, and was able to kill it. However, rather than hiding the fact, she revealed it to him. You kept it. Sergeant Park Il-sun saved the national treasure with his life. It was because of what Sergeant Park had said. He said he could never give it to a traitor who had betrayed his fellows. Park Il-sun, a member of the rescue team, said the reason for the failure of the rescue team was because of the inside traitor. In addition, the traitor's goals were relics, and Sergeant Park said he had been able to barely hide the relics at the sacrifice of his companions. At the moment of hearing the story, she could no longer trust the Capital Defense Command. When she decided that she could not believe the Capital Defense Command, she negotiated with Kim Tae-hoon. She would give him the relics and let him know the truth. The price was, of course, to find and dispose of the traitors. Thank you. He took the deal for granted. When the deal was concluded, he told her the information he had obtained by torturing the plunderers who had attacked the Ganshyako Jori. Is all that true, Major? It is highly likely that the traitor you speak of, or the person involved, will remain in Incheon, and the traitor behind the plunderers is likely to be the traitor. The information was that there was a person who controlled the plunderers from the shadows. It makes no sense for the plunderers to use tanks. The beginning of doubt was the fact that the plunderers operated the tanks themselves. So far, the plunderers had not been able to properly loot the survivors. There were many reasons, but it decisive that they did not have the firepower to overwhelm the survivors. Otherwise, if the plunderers had possessed the knowledge and circumstances to operate the tanks, they would have operated the tanks. Someone taught the plunderers how to operate a tank. A tank was not a weapon that could be driven after a few times, like a car. They had received minimal training and education from those who had proper knowledge of tank operation and shell shooting. Who the hell? It meant that there was a person who trained and educated the plunderers in the operation of the tanks. In Incheon, there were not many people who had the knowledge related to such a military specialty, and who could do the mean work. Accordingly, he revised his plan. What he needed to do right now was to dig into the back of the plunderers. I will ask directly who he is. Kim Tae-hoon began to infuse his mana into the horse figure type earthenware. What the hell is that? A man in his mid-30s threw a beer can in his hand with a rough cry, as hard as he could toward the man in front of him. Puck. The can, half full of beer, hit the man in the head. Arg. The man who was hit by a can of beer screamed and fell down. Pwat. At the same time, the beer from the can burst out and soaked the body of the man who had fallen on the floor. Do you think they seemed to be annihilated? Did they seem to be annihilated, or were they annihilated? The smell of beer rising like a haze, and a man in his mid-30s. From the mouth of group leader Yang Suk-chun, who was called the plunderer in Incheon City, angry words spilled out like thunder. Are you King kidding me, you bastards? He was not satisfied with the beer cans, and he threw the things around him indiscriminately, including the beer cans that had not even opened yet, and even the bottles of liquor. He was clearly anger beyond control. Tanks. Tanks. But none of the people there thought his anger was overpowering. I sent tanks and they were annihilated. Can you believe that? You bastards. A tank. Even for the users, it was a terrifying weapon, and no one had imagined defeat, of course. All he could imagine was the remnants of the violence the tank would produce. But those who put up the tanks were annihilated. What was worse, it was impossible to judge even if they were really annihilated. No survivors, and even those who went to check on the situation did not come back. All of this was making his anger a reasonable anger, but not by much. Moreover, there was one more fact that angered him. My life is at stake for this work. This was not just about looting survivors. The story began with a man who came to Yang. He told Yang, the government forces in Seoul will soon enter Incheon City. If we mess this up, we'll all die at the hands of the government troops. It was something Yang couldn't pass on. Under the name the Plunderer, Yang and his fellow men committed numerous and terrible crimes. Robbery, murder, rape, and arson were basic. They tortured people for boredom, and they kidnapped children as hostages and took food from the survivors. Those who suffered from the violence and witnesses were everywhere at Ganseok-Ojori. If the government had done its job, Yang and his men would have been sentenced to death immediately. Damn it, damn it, damn it. But now the government was in a situation where it could not do the job, and the government would arrest Yang and execute him neatly on the spot by firing squad instead of lifetime imprisonment. I have to run, I have to leave Incheon as soon as possible. But he cannot make war against the government forces. He decided that he had to run away as soon as he heard the story. I need it. The problem was that there was no place to run away in the world now. It was a world full of monsters. The dragon's mouth was the only place he could get away from the tigers. So he needed the cross of Paekyoung-jun, who was at the center of the survivor group. I need the cross of that damn priest. If he had the thing that kept the monsters from approaching, he would be free from the threat of the monsters anywhere. The man who told the story about the government army also participated in his plan. He also said he was a fugitive and needed the cross of a saint, and would help him get the cross. The help Yang had received was how to operate the tanks, because the man knew how to drive the tanks and how to shoot the cannon. After learning how to operate the tanks, Yang sent them to finish the survivors group. Naturally, the story should have ended there. It should have ended. Give me a real King reason. Find out why they were destroyed. It was not over. He was crazy and went mad. Boss. Boss. A man hurried into the factory, and he ran up to the angry Yang, looking like a ghost. What is it? Yang held a nearby bottle of wine, and if the man in front of him started talking about **tea, he was going to hit his head with a bottle. But Yang never swung the bottle. A black knight is running wild. What? A black knight? It was really crazy, and it was starting to get crazier. 12. Thump. A horse climbed up on a car that had now become scrap metal. The horse was bizarre. It was not a living horse, for one thing, but a horse made of clay. And it was not a usual horse, either. Unlike a normal one, it had a spear in its chest. Nay. Atop that harshly breathing horse, there was a knight wearing only lower body armor. He was a warrior rather than a highly experienced veteran who had been on a battlefield for many years. The warrior was also made of clay, and the sword in his hand was also made of clay. But there was no rugged or crude feeling anywhere about the horse, the warrior, and the sword in his hand. Rather, it was the opposite. What are you doing? Fight! Fight! The movement of the horse that leaped toward the plunderer who shouted out was more sleek and intense than a living horse. Shoo! The skill of the warrior made of clay, who wielded a sword, as the distance from the plunderer narrowed, was excellent, and the sharpness of the clay sword, which cut through a human body with a single stroke, was amazing. There was no crude or poor element anywhere. Oh, my God! Where on earth does that monster come dash? In many ways, it could be explained by conventional common sense. Tututu. Someone pulled their trigger at the rider. But it was useless, too. Puk, puk puk. The clay horse and the warrior's body were pierced by the rain of bullets, but that was all. The horse and the warrior did not shed blood, nor did they moan. Nay. The shots just caught its attention. Bang, bang. The warrior crossed a vehicle like jumping over stepping stones, narrowed the distance to the gunman at a breath, and cut his opponent down with a single stroke. Nay. The clay horse did not stop there. It ran faster toward the next enemy. We're done. The plunderers lost their wills to fight at a presence outside common sense. Then, something else out of common sense happened. The clay warrior on the horse, who did not care about the rain of bullets, began to fade. Huh. Soon it turned into a small clay sculpture. Where did he go? The plunderers, not many of whom were left, stared at this sight outside common sense. Twang! An arrow without feathers came to them. Huh. The arrow that had to be called a silent assassin began to kill the plunderers quietly. That's great. Kim Tae-hoon, who watched all the scenes from the sky, looked at his right hand with his black-colored eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 265. Health, 237. Special abilities. Energy, C rank. Mana, C rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, C rank. Mana resistance, C rank. Equals. I can use it for less than 5 minutes with mana of C rank, and it is a disadvantage. Horse figure type earthenware. The power of a relic that became a horse warrior who did not stop from the moment of injecting mana was overwhelming and beyond impressive. But the combat power. The mobility that the horse showed was impressive. Its speed was worthy of a top sports car, and it showed moves that the sports car could not show. The clay warrior's combat power was overwhelming, and its sword skill was accurate and ruthless so that its young appearance was unashamed, and as it chased the enemy, he aimed for the perfect gaps between them. Finally, the sharpness and power of the sword were not equal to the sword of the Imperator on his back, but it was excellent enough to be compared to it. I cannot guarantee my life against it in a mere close battle. All of these comprehensive elements were so terrifying that his spine went cold, just imagining facing the horse figure type earthenware. So he was satisfied. I got the best partner. The combat power of the horse figure type earthenware itself was enormous, but the harmony with him was more satisfactory than that. The horse figure type earthenware was a partner who could earn attention and time against a green-grade monster. While the horse figure type earthenware bought time, his options in the air with his telekinesis were infinite. There would be no more perfect combination. There is no reason to hesitate to fight against the green-grade monster anymore. Boss. Run away with. Tang. That's a load of bullsh *t. He heard a small disturbance. He pulled his eyes off the back of his right hand. He had seen enough of the power of the horse figure type earthenware. So now, it was time to perform his original duties here. He began to fall toward the ground. 13. A man came into a coffee shop, its glass wall shattered and doors non-existent. It was Kim Tae-hoon, who put a sword on his back instead of a bag. The first thing he saw in the coffee shop was a shelf next to the counter. Originally full of cakes, there were only fragments of broken glass and blood dripping from someone cutting into it. On the bottom of the counter was a trace of someone picking up a trampled tiramisu cake and eating it. The gruesome traces were everywhere. The wooden chairs and desks were not visible, the counters were already shattered, and the expensive espresso machines were also ripped off in this mess. Only the coffee beans that filled the shelves here and there were fine. It was because coffee did not fulfill their hunger, and they could not eat them easily. No one wanted to be a coffee thief. It was a good thing for Kim Tae-hoon. He picked one bag of Colombian coffee out of the various kinds of beans on the shelf. Then he put bottled water into the stainless steel kettle in the drawer. For fire, he used solid fuel. After opening the solid fuel he had brought, he spat a flame toward the fuel. Tui. As soon as the burning saliva reached it, solid fuel began to burn. He put the kettle on the tripod of solid fuel. The next task was to crush the beans. After peeling off the sealed wrapping paper, he smelled the fragrance of the beans, and he immediately took them out. Then he began to break the beans with his black-dyed right hand. The hard beans became powder in his grasp. A few minutes later, when the hot water was prepped under the dipper, the coffee fragrance began to circulate in the coffee shop for the first time in about 3 months. His thinking began as soon as he took a sip of coffee. The starting point of his thinking was his conversation with Yang, the head of the plunderers. Yang confessed everything, how bad he had been, how he deserved to die, and who was behind him. The man was in his mid-30s. His hair was sporty. His voice was husky with a square face. A big dot was under his left eye. The information obtained from Yang gave Kim confidence in some hypotheses in his mind. The woodblock printed edition of Didangyo-jido, which was currently kept in the National Museum of Korea, is in the hands of the 6 snakes. The woodblock printed edition of Didangyo-jido was a more valuable relic than any other one at this point. There were many editions of Didangyo-jido in Seoul. In the National Museum of Korea was the woodblock printed edition. There was no reason why the Capital Defense Command did not have had it. However, Kim thought that the Capital Defense Command did not currently possess it. The first reason was that soldiers belonging to the Capital Defense Command had died in battle with the green-grade monster, the bell-tailed rat, in Gwangyang City, and the second reason was that Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not dispatch his troops directly to Incheon City. This would not have happened if they had the Didangyo-jido with them. The 6 snakes took the Didangyo-jido away. And now it was owned by them. If it had not been for that, they could not have been able to work outside like this. The movement of the 6 snakes was evidence. Their purpose is to take relics. The purpose of the 6 snakes was to take away the relics of the Capital Defense Command. Unlike in the past, the Capital Defense Command, which has lost Didangyo-jido, was now unable to engage in full-scale external activities. But that did not mean that they could not do outside activities at all. In the end, a small number of elites should be able to perform external activities. In order to increase the success rate of the mission, high-grade relics were inevitably paid out. But what if the missions failed? What if the team died on a mission? Of course, the relics given out will be ones without owners. The 6 snakes turns them into stolen goods, and then they take them away. That was, they stole the relics. As long as OSE is around, they won't have to worry about the stolen goods. Above all, the 6 snakes currently had Didangio, and the strongest awakener of the Capital Defense Command, the road maker Osei-bum. They could identify the monster's whereabouts, and they had the strongest card that the Capital Defense Command could use, so the risk they took was not great. However, at this moment, they had a very serious risk, Kim Tae-hoon. And the 6 snakes were now aware of the risk. The day the 6 snakes contacted Yang was after I stunned Osei-bum. The reason why they approached Yang and informed him about how to operate a tank was to prevent Kim Tae-hoon from entering Incheon City and grasping their plans. When the plunderers put the tanks in front to kill all the survivors and get the cross of a saint, if they left Incheon City, there would not be left anything in Incheon City. And the tricks against him were still in progress. They have already revealed their teeth against me, I see. They failed to destroy the evidence by mobilizing the plunderers, so they would try another if he left it as it was. Of course, he did not intend to allow the attempt itself. I will make Incheon my land so that they cannot perform any tricks. The Mac Guild's landing in Incheon had begun. 14. For Peak Young-jun, the days of hardship that had begun after the appearance of monsters were different from the days of suffering experienced by others. His cross protected him from the monsters. But it was not just an unconditional blessing. His cross had brought him to the test. Humans who had no generousness and mercy to give to him, not monsters, rushed to take away his cross and bite him. To prevent them, Father Paik Young-jun and his survivors, who made him the leader, had to point guns at the plunderers and pull the triggers. So, Father Paik prayed to God every day with the cross, "Please do not let people come here where your favor is reached, don't send anyone, please do not come with a pack of guns." Now, hundreds of people were gathering, dressed in armor made of the leather of unidentified monsters. With guns and swords, they headed toward the Ganseoko Jori, the sanctuary of the priest and the survivors. Ah! Pit-a-pat. The heart of Paik, who looked at the crowd, was pounding. But it was not from fear. It is God's favor. On the contrary, the heart of Father Paik was throbbing at this moment with a feeling that something unknown was rising. His heart rate was faster as the armed crowd approached him, standing on the overpass. Of course, it was not Paik who they were looking for. The man beside him, Kim Tae-hoon, who was wearing a sword on his back, was the reason why they came here. They stopped in front of the overpass. The woman at the forefront of the crowd saluted over the overpass. Reporting. 134 hunters from the Mac Guild, 466 soldiers, and 100 others have arrived safely. Kim did not salute or did not talk flowery words at the report of Kim Soo-ji. He looked down. The thing to do now is to dry the seeds of the monsters here. As soon as Beck heard his words, he was convinced that God had not abandoned humanity. Use any means and methods to remove the monsters. We will carry out the Incheon landing operation. What is important in war? There are countless answers to this question. Someone will pick a powerful weapon, and someone will pick a thoroughly trained soldier. There is no correct answer. The important thing is the situation. Sometimes someone needs a powerful weapon, sometimes someone needs elite soldiers. So if someone wants to hear an answer close to the right answer, someone has to change the question. What will be more important if the situation of having to fight against unknown monsters came up? The Mac Guild gave their answer, the manual. There is a goblin community in Incheon First High School. We'll kill them after we throw the smoke bombs in. How many goblins are there? About 50, I suppose. 10 soldiers and 6 hunters will be enough. The manual. I checked 3 mud trolls in the apartment complex in Ganseok-dong. We can lure them down the road and then burn them with a flamethrower, and according to the manual. 3 hunters and 2 flamethrowers are allotted per mud troll. The number of soldiers depends on the number of monsters that eat the dead bodies. The mud troll takes only the heads and abandons the rest. 11 hunters, 30 soldiers, and take claymores. The manual that taught how many weapons and power were distributed to monsters, and how to fight. There are saber-toothed wolves and werewolves at Incheon Terminal. We'll have to set up a camp in the terminal intersection and finish all the monsters which come in with firepower. The answer the Mac Guild gave was the manual. The Mac Guild had built a manual. Under the direction of Kim Tae-hoon, they made a manual of the system's information about the characteristics of monsters through repeated monster hunting, what kind of tactics were effective to hunt monsters, how many troops were needed, and so on. Furthermore, they had enough troops and weapons to carry out the manual. To the hunters and soldiers of the Mac Guild, Incheon City was not the land of monsters dominated by fear. Well, let's kill all the monsters today. We'll only pay 20% of the monster stones we acquire. If we don't kill enough, we'll lose as much as we don't. It was like California, where the 19th century gold mines were found. The gold rush had begun. There was, of course, a problem. We found a monster in the Gwangyo Park that looks like the head of big-nosed orangutans. Its eyes, yellow. We've never seen such a monster before, have we? What if you saw a monster for the first time, which you cannot do anything about with only the manual? The answer the Mac Guild had prepared was simple. Master will go. Kim Tae-hoon was the most obvious answer. 2. April of 2017 has begun. The harsh winter, which had seemed not to end, disappeared like a mirage, and the warmth began to fill the place. However, the scenery of the Republic of Korea, where warmth came, was worse than winter before the snow disappeared. The world, where humans had been gone for only 3 months, became surprisingly harsh. The city looked degraded as if it had been decades since the disappearance of people. When Lieutenant Colonel Yu showed photographs and images of Fukushima and Chernobyl for training to prepare for the leakage of radioactivity to the members of the 35th Commando Battalion in the past, it was similar to the scenery seen there. But the landscape changed the moment he entered Incheon, which was rated as the most devastated according to a report he had received 2 months ago. He felt the energy and vigor. And when he entered the Ganseoko-jori, he was able to hear the voices of children with bright laughter and powerful shouts for the first in a long time. Come with me. Come with me. Ball. Ball. Watch out for the ball. If children are not whole of heart, they don't laugh. Lieutenant Colonel Yu initially thought it was an illusion, a hallucination. Have you arrived? But the moment he met Kim Yuri, and the moment he saw her firm expression, he could see that all this was not a fantasy when he entered the coffee shop set up for him. He had to chew on the terribleness at the report of Sergeant Kim Yuri. A traitor. There was a traitor within the Capital Defense Command. The traitor was trying to get the relics of the Capital Defense Command. Their trick killed valuable soldiers. The traitors were committing atrocities and massacring civilians if necessary. It was a story that made him go crazy. Yes, I suppose so. However, the most terrible thing was the current situation that Lieutenant Colonel Yu could not help believing in the report of Kim Yuri, and the reality that he had to think that it was right. There was already a sign. There was an enemy inside from the moment the woodblock printed edition of Didangio Jido was lost. After grasping the identity of the relics, the Capital Defense Command, of course, immediately collected relics from museums and libraries throughout Seoul. In the process, they were able to secure the copies and original plates of Didangio Jido. At that time, all operations of the Capital Defense Command were planned based on the Didangio Jido. It was also thanks to Didangio Jido that we sent a rescue team to Incheon. It was also because of the Didangio Jido that they gave national treasures to the rescue team. They confirmed that there was a green-grade monster in Incheon through Didangio Jido, and they judged that it was possible to rescue a VIP by avoiding the green-grade monster if they were helped by Didangio Jido. Otherwise, they would not have sent a rescue team. However, the rescue team failed, and soon after that, the Didangio Jido disappeared. Worse, Lieutenant Colonel Yu did not inform others of this. I should have done it then. I should have done it somehow, not hidden it. I didn't, not I couldn't. In the first place, there were few who knew the existence of Didangio-jito, and the few were those in power of the Capital Defense Command. If the loss of Didangio-jito was publicized, it was natural that someone should bear responsibility among those in power. But the person with a sacrificial mind could not survive in the Ministry of Defense of Korea now. That was why the 35th Commandos and Lieutenant Colonel Yu started their outside activities. Anyway, the information that he had got earlier from the Didangio-jito map was valid. Based on the approximate information, he had to do external activities to acquire more detailed information. Of course, for him, the outside activities were not much different from walking in a minefield. King hell. But there was a lot more hell than that. Incheon was an ant-lion's pit. The information from Incheon was a trick to eat up the rescue team. Incheon was an ant-lion's pit made by traitors. For the rescue of VIPs and the recovery of national treasures, the Capital Defense Command should send awakeners armed with relics to Incheon repeatedly. And the information actually kept coming. It was reported that Kate Kennedy was still alive in Yongjong Island, that she had contacted the rescue team, and after recognizing the existence of the rescue team, she repeatedly signaled that she had survived. If there had been no such information, he would have never told Kim Tae-hoon to rescue her there. But now, the information of the report itself was likely to have been a trick. No, maybe the person who received the report and gave the order might also be one of the traitors. Is Major General Lee Ki-soo a traitor? Major General Lee Ki-soo. He was one of the most powerful men in the Capital Defense Command, and he became an awakener. As soon as he was awakened, his energy rank was C, and he was also the head of the investigation department of the Ministry of Defense. He was a former head of the military police, the subordinate unit of the Capital Defense Command, and one of the best elites. Then Colonel Jang So-guk is a traitor, too. Colonel Jang So-guk, who was currently the head of the military police, was one of the right-hand men of Lee Ki-soo. The fact was horrifying. No way. One of the roles of the MP was to be responsible for the security of the president's schedule. On December 31, 2017, the president's schedule was to ring the watch night bell on January 1. It meant that the military organization that most clearly grasped the president's every move on December 31 was the military police. But if the commander of the MP, Colonel Jang So-guk, was a traitor? I'm sick of it. The most troublesome thing was that they were the superiors of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. What about Kim Tae-hoon? He's out hunting now. Hunting? Yes, he went on a monster hunt. The remark silenced Lieutenant Colonel Yu. At this moment, he was in urgent need of dialogue with Kim. If there was a traitor, it could not be handled by internal force alone. So, with outside power, he had to cut off the affected area, and Kim was the only knife that he could use now. Above all, Kim Tae-hoon was now occupying Incheon. Monster hunting, he is taking over Incheon steadily. Kim was rapidly making Incheon the land of the Mac Guild. Is Incheon really the land of the Mac Guild? In addition, Incheon City was a major area that could not be compared with Bucheon City. Incheon International Airport as well as Incheon Port were the closest passage for Seoul to contact overseas. The existence of the harbor was especially important. There was Gimpo International Airport near Seoul, but it was virtually impossible to communicate with overseas by plane. Currently, the value of Incheon Port was absolute because Korea has to use the ships for exchange with foreign countries. There was one more thing. There is an LNG production base in Songdo, Incheon. A production base for liquefied natural gas in Songdo, Incheon. There should be quite a stockpile. It was impossible to produce new gas in Korea where there was no gas, but basically, there was stockpile in the LNG production base. And now that there were not many survivors, the stockpile of the Songdo LNG production base could last for a few months or more, not a few days. Furthermore, if the situation got better and gas imports from overseas become possible, the the Songdo LNG production base would be a very important base for Korea. Even if the gas was imported, it was useless without a base to process it. The Mac Guild taking over that area? From then on, the Mac Guild was not simply a threatening force group. It's dangerous. It was the warlord threatening the Capital Defense Command. Above all, Kim Tae-hoon did not simply leave the results. The Mac Guild's move is dangerous in the view of the Capital Defense Command. They left hope. The hope that remained had rooted and grown. Kim's presence grew like a tree all over the world. And now the Capital Defense Command, which was the Korean government, had no room to cut and manage it. It was a reality. In a world where people had to walk by foot, not by a horse, to come from Seoul to Incheon, and where they didn't have any communication equipment, Korea was now a huge land, not a small land. A sharp knife can be used with a sack. It was then, whoopee, that the Ganseoko Jori began to stir. It was easy to figure out who caused the disturbance. There you are. Lieutenant Colonel Yu got up. He moved out of the coffee shop immediately, and his men who were waiting with him moved. Of course, Kim Yuri was among them. When they were out, they saw a truck coming down the street. On the hood of that truck, coming down a road that was now cleared, was a furry monster with long horns like spears and a huge nose as big as its horns. A big-nosed orangutan. After the twin-head ogre left Yangjong Island, the head of the big-nosed orangutans had settled in Incheon City. Did he kill it? It was strong, and it was smart and mean. There were always hundreds of big-nosed orangutans around it, and if the situation was disadvantageous, it ran away, sacrificing some of its fellows, and then gathered the other big-nosed orangutans together and made a new congress. Did he kill it alone? Above all, the body and the huge hair was not large, and it had a talent to hide in a small space. It would not have been easy to chase it. It was not easy to kill it. And it was cruel. When the big-nosed orangutan found in Seoul was destroyed, they rescued more than 500 survivors from its pack. The survivors were in terrible condition even if they were not dead. Most of them were insane. Now, the cruel monster appeared, its rich silver fur painted with its own blood. And it's been a long time, Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Kim Tae-hoon also appeared with the monster, in a way that showed he wasn't hurt at all. He confirmed Kim Yuri behind Lieutenant Colonel Yu and said again, I will go straight to the point, as I have heard from Sergeant Kim Yuri. Leave the traitors alone. What the hell is that dash? If I ask you to find them, can you find them? As he spoke, he entered the coffee shop where Lieutenant Colonel Yu was sitting a little while ago. He checked the water in the kettle, which he had prepared for Lieutenant Colonel Yu, and put the kettle on the portable gas burner and turned on the light. Tack! Tack! Lieutenant Colonel Yu, looking at the direction of the gas burner's unique sound, came back into the coffee shop with a look of no small wonder. His expression wrinkled as soon as he saw Kim's face again. Lieutenant Colonel Yu said, revealing his twisted feelings on his face, are you kidding me? What kind of joke? Are you ignoring me? You're the one who hid the mission. Lieutenant Colonel Yu opened his eyes wide. Kim did not avoid his gaze. There was no reason to avoid it. Kim was also a major in the military. Major was never an easy rank. The major rank couldn't be easily controlled by the rank of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Without the rank, the story was completely different. Kim was a monster that killed a yellow-grade monster by himself, and Lieutenant Colonel Yu was a normal person who would lose his mind if he was exposed to the fear of an orange grade, let alone a yellow grade. I have two options. To keep in touch with Lieutenant Colonel Yu, or to go to Seoul and get in touch with the traitors. Predator versus prey. The position between the two now had to be explained like this. Major Kim Tae-hoon dash. And I'm still a soldier, and I don't need a bridge, Lieutenant Colonel Yu. At that moment, Lieutenant Colonel Yu was able to realize it with heart and head. The sword is me. At this time, you realized that Kim was not a sharp sword that he could wield for his own sake, but that he was the one who could be wielded for Kim's sake. You've changed a lot. Kim did not answer. I'll tell you what, let the traitors of the Capital Defense Command act on their own. Tell me why. The fact that Lieutenant Colonel you didn't even know the existence of a traitor means that the higher side is in collusion with the traitor. Then we're just going to leave them like this? Have you ever seen a whistleblower win in the history of the Ministry of Defense of Korea, or have you ever seen a general who committed a scandal sink low? Lieutenant Colonel Yu was silent. That was a fact that even God could not deny. Their purpose is simple, anyway, to steal relics and get them by failing missions. That's pretty simple. Lieutenant Colonel Yu expressed his twisted mood. There's no place to complain about stolen goods. You want to take them? However, at the words of Kim, Lieutenant Colonel Yu had to forget that he should express twisted mood. Isn't it better than for traitors to fill their stomach? What's going to fall on me while you fill your stomach? The story was not one that could be judged by personal feelings. Don't you think you can sell me on your own, rather than I tell you what to do? Lieutenant Colonel Yu was silent, to prevent a sighing of his own heart. The kettle on the gas burner began to boil as if to represent the heart of Lieutenant Colonel Yu. You're asking me to bet my life on you. Lieutenant Colonel Yu said, to clarify the situation. Kim was not going to be used by Lieutenant Colonel Yu. On the contrary, Kim made clear his intentions. He said he would use Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Then give me more confidence. In this situation, Lieutenant Colonel Yu had only one choice. No, he was being forced to make a choice. There was a traitor in the Capital Defense Command who was taking the assets of the Capital Defense Command, and Lieutenant Colonel Yu could not get involved in the group of traitors, and could not get rid of them. In the Capital Defense Command, there was no rope for him to hold. In the end, the rope that he could hold was the only one that was visible at this moment. If this was not coercion, what was coercion? Kim was willing to show Lieutenant Colonel Yu how great a rope he was. I'll hunt a green-grade monster on Yongjong Island. Bet after that. With those words, Kim picked up the kettle. A time of silence followed. After Lieutenant Colonel Yu left with his men, Kim Tae-hoon remained in the coffee shop. In his loneliness, he closed his ears. The quiet he felt for the first in a long time was cozy. As soon as he had coffee in the cozy quiet, things that were tangled in his mind began to unravel. I don't need to go to Seoul. The first thing that he unraveled was the information that the second death informed him of. There was nothing he could get from Seoul at this moment. Seoul was like a barn with holes already in it. The Capital Defense Command in Seoul was nominal. The ruling party of the Korean peninsula would be decided by whoever took the relics of Bio and Gyeongju. The two areas, Bio and Gyeongju, which were full of national treasures, became the key. Until now, there was nothing different from what he already had in mind. Next is China. What changed was the interpretation of the third clue. I will take Chinese and Asian relics, and monsters, too. Kim Tae-hoon had thought that Gwangido steel and sword of Gojin which were included in the wish list was a signal to keep China in mind as an enemy. But the moment he saw the cross of a saint, his thoughts changed. China was not the end. I must take China so that we can fight against the world. It was rather the beginning. After taking China and even Asia, it was possible to fight for survival against Europe and the United States. King Hell. It felt far away only in his imagination. Kim knew how much violence the countries gathered under the name of Europe could be, how terribly powerful the country that led the World War was, and what the Great War that was unprecedented in human history had done. Furthermore, the power of the United States was at a level unprecedented in human history. This violence was quiet because the world's justice and their pursuits were similar. But now, the justice of the world has changed. I can imagine killing a dragon, but I can't even imagine dealing with America. Kim, who had watched the results of the U.S. military in the countless disputed areas more clearly than anyone else, swallowed coffee instead of saliva. He had a new coffee and started thinking of a new idea. Twin-head ogre. There was a new rule that emerged when monsters appeared. Humans and monsters could not coexist, and if humans wanted to regain the land, they must take the land from the monsters. The same was true of Incheon. Incheon would never become a human land unless they could kill the twin-head ogre on Yangjong Island. If they killed it, Incheon would be the territory of Kim Tae-hoon and the Mac Guild. In other words, they have to kill it, and then they can move on. If I kill it and seize Incheon, the following target is Bio. At that moment, he had a third coffee, and then he thought of the third idea. The time of silence got him up to there. I have to call Jang Sung-hoon. 4. Keek. A monkey dog fell to the ground, screaming. The man, who was staring at the monkey dog pouring out blood all over its body, pointed his gun at the ground, still aimed at the monkey dog, and set to his shoulder firmly. Hoo-oh, he drew a long breath. After a short silence, the man took a breath that was supposed to double the amount he had exhaled before. He shouted. Clear. Starting with the cry, the sound of clear was heard in succession, as if to echo the man's cry all over the place. When the echo stopped, the man shouted again. All monsters in Incheon have been cleared. By this time, Incheon City Hall has become the area of the Mac Guild. At the shout, the echo came out again. However, this echo was different from the previous echo. Wow! We did it! We did it at last! There was a completely different sound from what was said. However, the feelings that the words had were the same. Passion. The Mac Guild had taken over Incheon City Hall. It was so monumental, even though they hadn't cleared the whole city of Incheon yet. Yes, we did it. We did it. We got it back from these F***king bastards, monsters. It was the first time that a group of people, who had been killed without any resistance since the appearance of the monsters, took back a symbolic space, Incheon City Hall, from the monsters. The survivors here were feeling the same thing which the survivors had felt on the day of the successful Incheon landing operation in 1950, with the hunters and the soldiers. The news spread naturally to everyone in Incheon. Incheon City Hall. That was a monster den, wasn't it? Of course, people were thrilled. At last, at last. In particular, Incheon citizens who had their lives in Incheon felt much more excited. Some laughed, and others cried ceaselessly. I can't cast a cloud over that reaction. But not everyone was thrilled. We have to put a flag here so it's all over. Jang Sung-hoon touched one area of the Didangyo-jido on a large table with his finger with the remark. Gulp. Kim watched Jang and swallowed a monster stone down. There was a mountain of monster stones next to Kim. It was an enormous amount, enough to feel bloated just thinking about eating everything. Gulp. But Kim swallowed them silently. It seems like the boss has become a more frightening human being in just a few days. Jang Sung-hoon watched the scene and couldn't help commenting. But, if you don't, you're in trouble. Tap tap tap. Jang hit the spot with his fingers again. The Yangjong Island is a place where 4 islands are made into one island through reclamation projects. As a result, the Didangyo-jido does not provide a clear picture of Yangjong Island. If there are monsters on land made by reclamation projects, they don't appear on Didangyo-jido. The tapped area was the one where Yangjong Island was currently located. A green light twinkled like a star in the area. Soon the green light disappeared. This bastard really can't stay still. After shaking his head, Jang painted with his fingers the bridge connecting Yangjong Island to Incheon City, and the place where Yangjong Bridge might be located. And now, Yangjong Bridge has collapsed. Immediately, his fingers moved to the location where Incheon Bridge might be located. There is only Incheon Bridge left, but the number of monsters here is not available because it could not be drawn on the Didanjiojido. That is, there is no way to know how many monsters are there on the longest bridge in the world, which is 21 kilometers long. With the words, Jang Sung-hoon took his finger off the map. "Boss, why don't you just blow up Incheon Bridge?" Instead of answering, Kim continued to swallow monster stones. "This is a green-grade monster. There are too many variables. We're better to lock it up on Yangjong Island. No matter how great a monster is, the distance from Yangjong Island to Incheon is not normal. Even if a green-grade monster can cross, a horde of orcs will never be able to cross." It was a plot made when he received Kim's call and received a rough report. It was a possible tactic for Kim. "You are going to go in alone, aren't you?" As Jang knew Kim, he would definitely enter Yangjong Island alone and start hunting for monsters. It's dangerous. The risk was a big deal. No matter how strong Kim was, and even if he has a strong card in himself, he could die against a green-grade monster at any time. It's really dangerous. And Kim was a man who should not die now. When he died, the hope would become despair. At the concern of Jang, Kim looked at his right hand with black eyes. ================================================================================================================================== Strength, 300. Health, 277. Special abilities. Energy, C+ rank. Mana, C+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, C+ rank. Mana resistance, C+ rank. Achieved abilities. Stealth of a big-nosed orangutan, grade 5. The power of a big-nosed orangutan can make one's presence faint. After confirming his abilities, Kim looked at Jang with black eyes. This risk is less than the danger of having the United States or Europe as enemies. Yes. Kim's rebuttal made Jang look rather helpless, not understanding the logic. Kim did not explain in detail to Jang. Prepare the boat. Yes. It was time for an order, instead of an explanation. 5. Namsan Tower. The place, which was once just a sightseeing spot for Seoul citizens, was now a stronghold of the Capital Defense Command that was heavily guarded. The reason why Namsan Tower became a base was simple. In a world where buildings that were scratching the sky collapsed easily, Namsan Tower was currently the tallest place north of the Han River. The importance of a high tower in a world where radar or wireless communications devices were no longer available was beyond description. Of course, Namsan Tower looked completely different from the past. Among the changes, the biggest change was that the new monument inside the entrance of Namsan Tower. 1.54 meters high, 0.6 meters wide, and 0.16 meters thick. It was cracked, it had bullet marks, the left lower part was destroyed, the writing of Chusa Kim Young-hee was on the one side, it was the sunsabai of King Jinhung, Korea's national treasure number 3. The sunsabai of King Jinhung, which should be in the National Museum of Korea, stood as if guarding Namsan Tower. From the sunsabai of King Jinhung, a red light was streaming softly. The light was like a flame. Even those at the top of Namsan Tower could see the light as a hazy glow. At the top of Namsan Tower, originally used as a restaurant, but now used as a temporary headquarters for the Capital Defense Command, they were talking over the red light. There were two people talking. Things happened in Incheon this way. A man in his late 50s with a strong appearance and well-built body, and a man in his mid-40s with a gentle image, were Major General Lee Ki-soo and Colonel of Jang So-guk respectively, who were in power in the Capital Defense Command, and at the same time, were traitors. They were traitors who wanted to use the Capital Defense Command as their own after rotting it away from within. Would that be a big problem? Even if he had the ability to fly, that would be all. Even if he was from a special forces unit, he would be just a kid. What could a man who has never dealt with an army do? No. The problem is, Yes, I think we should end up in Incheon after all. Tut. So, what do you think? At best, they're only in Incheon. At any rate, we can lure the monster from Yangjong Island back to downtown Incheon and it will take care of them. Is there a possibility that the man named Kim Tae-hoon can kill a monster with a green grade? It doesn't make sense. He needs to get into Yangjong Island to kill it, but under the current circumstances, he can't bring in a proper vehicle, let alone a tank. I bet if we want to kill it, we have no choice but to bring a B-2 bomber and turn Yangjong Island into a devastated land. If you're really worried, just give me the order, and I'll send my men to take care of him. Captain Lee Ki-soo sighed briefly at the words of Colonel Jang. If we can afford it, it would be right to send our men to Pocheon, not Incheon. Pocheon. The word made Jang's smile disappear from his lips. What is the status of the 8th Division? If we look at the situation, they are quickly absorbing the troops on the front line. I think they'll settle in Gangwon Province soon. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. If we join him, I think everything will run smoothly. It won't be easy. He knows how to join, but he does not know how to hold hands for free. Then a man appeared from a remote place. It was Major Oh Se-bum, with the handsome appearance that anyone could not help but admire. As he approached, Major General Lee and Colonel Jang stopped talking. Major Oh came to the two and saluted them, taking something out of his vest and handing it to Major General Lee. This is Mr. Mao's letter. On the sea of Incheon, which was colored by the light of dawn. A fishing boat was moving slowly over the sea, making a breathless sound. There was silence above the fishing boat, and the sea was also still. In the silence, the fishing boat made a breathless sound, and it stopped as a man appeared from the steering house of the stopped boat. Yangjong Island, it has been a long time. The man with a sword on his back, Kim Tae-hoon, was immersed in memories for a while, looking at a golf course that was dimly visible where the stopped boat was pointed. It was not a memory of golf. The place of memories was the huge Incheon International Airport beyond the golf course. Incheon International Airport. There were a few cases where Kim went abroad, leaving through Incheon International Airport. Most of the time, he went abroad through another route, became a civilian after his mission, and returned via Incheon International Airport. For him, Incheon International Airport was the place marking the end of a long mission. It was also a place where he realized that he survived. I have no bad memories. That was the only comfort that Kim could have in front of the green-eyed monster he was hunting from now on. Who? Kim Tae-hoon sighed briefly. He could see that the harsh winter has passed. That was the end of his sentimental recollections. He moved to the back of the boat and stood in front of one of the countless boxes there. He opened the wooden box and the bag inside. There was something in the bag that seemed to be like a musical instrument, but it was something quite different, a gun with an elongated barrel, unlike a typical gun. It's been a long time. The sniper rifle PSG-1, a luxury beloved by snipers all over the world, and more familiar to him than any other weapon he had ever used. It was his partner, willing to share his fate when dealing with an enemy that was stronger than him. That fact has not changed much now. The enemy that he had to deal with from now on had formidable power and force. Of course, he did not intend to play head-to-head against the enemy. That was what he did best. I will show you what armed forces demonstrations are. 7. Armed forces demonstrations were not just an exercise of violence. Its original purpose was to cause psychological pressure to the object through the demonstrations. So, what do you need to exert psychological pressure on a target? The answer was simple: fear. Nothing was more effective than the fear of death. But that did not work well if you gave them a simple fear of death. You had to make them fear that they would die at some point in time and for some reason. Who? On the rooftop of an apartment complex located on Yangjong Island, he drew his breath, looking through the sight at a brown-skinned orc's head, prepared to deliver the fear. Tu Woong. The sniper rifle hurled the bullet forth with a dull sound. The bullet began a short journey and eventually completed it by penetrating the orc's forehead. The orc with a hole in its head fell backward. Soon, a crowd of orcs gathered around the corpse. The orcs were angry at the death of their kin, and they let loose with their fearsome cries at the threat that fueled their anger. However, the sound did not reach him, as he was about a kilometer away. Taehoon. He pulled the trigger again. The orcs that gathered at the dead bodies of their same race also became corpses. One by one, the corpses of the orcs piled up, and at some point, they no longer approached the dead. He pulled his eyes off the panoramic sight. 5. It was the head count of the orcs that he killed in this hunt. I've barely killed 100 in 4 days. It was certainly an inefficient hunt. If he appeared in front of the orcs immediately, dozens of orcs would gather for him. It would take the time to breathe in and out to make the horde into a pile of dead bodies. On the other hand, the number of orcs that he could kill through sniping was not even 10 per hour. Nevertheless, the only reason for such efforts was because of the distance of 1 kilometer. Now the learning period is over. This distance, which could be reached in 1 minute by a cheetah running at full speed, made death not just death, but death from nowhere. There will be a crack sooner or later. The option for such an unprecedented fear was always the same: hiding. There was no other option. The orcs would hide everywhere to escape the death of the unknown. All it has to accomplish is showing the bottom of ogres' patience. It was their leader that was the real problem, after all. Twin-head ogre. When the orcs hide, it would start getting hungry. The twin-head ogre was a big 2-head glutton, and the amount of food that it ate in 1 day was enormous, dozens of human corpses. How long could it hold on to its hunger? No, was there any patience to restrain its hunger on such a crazy monster? Kohuhu. Kahaha. At that moment, 2 shrieks from empty bacon began to fill Yanjiang Island like thunder. The 2 sounds sent a bitter cold through him, like the chill of winter returned. As expected. He gritted his teeth tightly. The fear of the twin-head ogre was a very simple fear, unlike the fear of the unknown inflicted by Kim. But the power was overwhelming. Not a joke. It was why he was striking from a distance. I'm not going to be able to fight this fear head-on, either. It is impossible to face this fear. The moment I'm exposed to this fear, my stomach is going crazy, my brain turns white, and my heart starts to run like crazy. And that's all I can do when I'm exposed to the fear. I can't use my telekinetic force to fly or to handle the sword and an arrow, or I won't be able to protect myself with energy. Of course, the opportunity for him to attack the twin-head ogre at the moment of starting the battle with it was pathetic. In order to save the limited opportunity, he would have to make a gap that was not there. Therefore, he did not overdo it. After a while, it'll run around like an angry bull without warning, and that's the only chance I'll kill. He disassembled the gun skillfully and put it in his bag, and began to run on the roof of the apartment. Pot. He leaped straight to the roof of the next apartment. He set a new record for a long distance that would shame an Olympian, continued along the roof of the apartment again and made another leap. Using the apartments as stepping stones, he vanished quickly. 8. Ka. Kua. The twin-head ogre was 10 meters tall, with a huge body like a building. It grabbed 2 orcs in its hands. Kr. 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 The captive orcs struggled to get out of the grip. But when the twin-head ogre closed its hands, the bones crunched like sugar sticks, the eyes of the 2 orcs burst out with the sound of bones splintering, and the blood began to ooze from their eyes and ears. The twin-head ogre put the heads of the dying orcs in its mouths. Crunch. Crunch. 2 mouths began to eat at the same time, an orc in each hand. Chomp. Chomp. 2 horrifying sounds at the same time. The orcs gathered in front of this horrifying twin-head ogre were shaking, but had no thought of running away. Some of the orcs with black skin pushed a few of the trembling orcs toward the twin-head ogre. The orcs pushed forth were terrified, and the twin-head ogre, finishing 2 orcs at once, reached out to the closest orc before it. At that moment, the twin-head ogre smashed the head of the orc, instead of grabbing it. With a crash that shook the ground, orc blood and gore splattered all over. The orc's body was even worse, it was now a flat piece of meat with no hint of its original form, swatted flat like a human swatted mosquitoes. Bam, bam. The twin-head ogre slammed down the body of the orc, which had already been flattened, as if it could not release its anger. Kr. Now the orange eyes of the black orcs began to shake in horror. There was no orc who did not know why: hunger. In recent days, most of the orcs had not provided enough food to fill the stomach of the twin-head ogre. It was because they were in a hurry to hide themselves in fear. No matter how many black orcs came out to scare the orcs or abuse them, nothing changed. The orcs were not just afraid of death, they were afraid of death that they could not even understand. Ka. Kr. That's why the twin-head ogre exploded with anger. It could not tolerate that they dared to fear something else than itself. It could not forgive them that it had to feel hungry for that reason. Even the anger was twice as high for the twin-head ogre, its heads looked at one another and poured out angry cries at themselves continuously. The blood and flesh of the orc stuck between their teeth sprayed out as they screamed. In a moment, the faces of the twin-head ogre were covered with blood and flesh stains. The fierce, ferocious faces turned even creepier. Kua. It was some force that made the faces bloodier. The orcs were the first to react to the force, like an invisible fog. Kr. Kuiyu. Kua. The orcs began to back away, looking frightened, like rats in front of a snake. Kr. Kua. It was a power that the twin-head ogre also knew. It could not help knowing it. It had been so tired of that power that it had left the land of Incheon and crossed the long bridge and settled in the land of Yangjong Island. However, that was all. It was not an irresistible force, but the twin-head ogre was annoyed by the power. Now there was no patience left to avoid the power. The twin-head ogre didn't have the patience to test the situation by sending its fellows. Furthermore, it had no patience to vomit up a ferocious cry to warn against the force. Therefore, the twin-head ogre stood up. Kua. The twin-head ogre started running with the same shouts at the same time. 9. Stomp, stomp. Incheon International Airport runway. A huge monster that made the planes look like toys began to run over the spacious open area. Its speed, leaving big footprints on the straight runway, was formidable. It seemed unimaginable to dare to block it. But a horse and a warrior made of clay were different. The clay horse, directed at the running giant monster, burst out a war cry with fighting spirit, and the warrior on the horse shook his wrists, holding his sword and preparing to face the monster in front of him. A large cross shone on the neck of the warrior. Then the horse began to move. 2 monsters ran inexorably, facing one another, and crossed almost instantly. The horse and warrior passed by the side of the twin-head ogre, leaving a deep wound on its right thigh. At the same time, the twin-head ogre attempted to stop. The asphalt road began to crumble like pudding under the force of its mass. The twin-head ogre stopped, turned, and jumped immediately. Its huge body, which was measured in tons rather than kilograms, jumped more than 10 meters. It was incredible to see, but as soon as its body began to fall, shadowing the horse and warrior, it was a disaster, not a miracle. The twin-head ogre landed on the runway hard. The ground quaked. Fortunately, the horse and the warrior were able to escape from the twin-head ogre, thanks to the horse's surprising speed. Kua! Kua! The 2 heads of the twin-head ogre both cried out at the same time to terrorize the horse. Nay! The horse also cried out, as if to fight against the fear. The warrior raised his sword, then pointed it at the twin-head ogre with the sword, and at the same time tapped his foot on the horse's belly. The withdrawing horse charged again. Clip-clop. This time the horse began to circle around the twin-head ogre. The movements of the running horse were surprisingly quick, but not hard for the twin-head ogre to figure out. Two heads covered a 180-degree radius each, and they just watched it circling around. But the attention span of the twin-head ogre was very short. Koa. Koa. There was not enough patience in the twin-head ogre to use the word attention, and even if it had some, it had none left now. The twin-head ogre began to run towards its target. The horse and warrior charged it again, rather than fleeing, like Don Quixote rushing toward the windmill. The battle that started was like a bullfight. The horse figure-type earthenware was hurt, barely avoiding the charged twin-head ogre, and every time it was injured, the twin-head ogre ran more and more aggressively, a murderous spirit in its green eyes. When the battle of the two extended beyond seconds to minutes, and when all the senses of the twin-head ogre were concentrated solely on the horse figure-type earthenware, the second Don Quixote appeared. She. A sword began to fall from the sky toward the back of the twin-head ogre. The sword was pointed directly at the heart of the twin-head ogre. The location was correct. It was inevitable. I can hear it. In order to gauge the exact location, Kim Tae-hoon was waiting underneath one of the spacious Incheon airport runways at this moment. He was waiting as taking a risk of his life in the situation and condition where his mind became spaced out just by being exposed to the fear even if he was noticed or not. I hear its heart pounding. He was waiting for it, to hear the heartbeat of the twin-head ogre drumming like crazy. And in order to make this situation, he had been playing for not a short time in order to make a situation where it could never notice his existence. Swoop and strike. Hook. The sword, which fell like a lightning bolt, was stuck deep into the back of the twin-head ogre, drawing a hawk-like trajectory at the end. The sword drove half its length into the ogre, penetrating through the tough hide, the thick flesh, and muscles that were tougher than steel wire. Its defenses made even the bullets from the sniper rifle seem like bullets from the toy guns of young children. But it was insufficient to reach the heart of a giant twin-head ogre. At that moment, the third Don Quixote appeared. Kim Tae-hoon, whose right arm was now blackened to his neck and chest beyond the shoulder joint, was the third Don Quixote. The third Don Quixote was noticed by the twin-head ogre. Because of the presence of a sharp point approaching its heart, it had to stop. It tried to stop again. Qua qua qua. Once again, it crushed the runway like tofu, gouging a path, and eventually stopped. When the twin-head ogre stopped, Kim crossed its shoulders, stepping on the air rather than on the runway. Kua. There were doubts in its four eyes as if it couldn't understand the reason. On the other hand, Kim saw only one thing, the sword of Imperator stuck into the body of the twin-head ogre. 10. The mayor's office of Incheon City Hall. There, a man was constantly walking around a large desk in the mayor's room, which had a new owner. I'm crazy. The identity of the man was Jang Sung-hoon. And it was Didangyo that Jang, who was wandering around mindlessly, had unfolded on the desk. Jang's eyes focused on the glow of the green light on the Didangyo. Damn it, disappear. Please disappear. Jang prayed desperately for the light, but instead of showing signs of vanishing, its presence was glaring like a star. Soon after, Jang shouted, pointing his finger at the green light as if he were trying to do some magic. Please disappear. At that moment, the green light disappeared. The moment his desire was fulfilled. However, Jang looked rather puzzled. He looked at his finger. Maybe. Then he spoke with a very serious look, pointing his finger at the flashing blue light at the location of Sejong City. Disappear. Of course, nothing happened. Hoit. He did something again, but nothing happened again. No, something happened. His face had begun to glow red. Geez, I'm going crazy, too, he soon came to his senses, sighed, and leaned on the desk. Soon, his arms lifted toward the sky. He posed for victory. Ah! This is not for the time. After the pose, he could only think of his job. Kim told Jang, as soon as I kill the twin-head ogre, bring the troops in front of the Incheon Bridge into Yangjang Island, have as many witnesses as possible at the historical event, and put a real period on the Incheon landing operation. Naturally, Jang also intended to be a witness to the historical event. Let's go quickly. Jang quickly folded up Didangio Jito and turned it into a book, and immediately opened a bag that he valued more than his life. Ah! As he looked into the bag, and his face hardened. He saw a golden glass filled with coveted red liquid. The sky was gray. The gray, bluish sky was ominous. It was like the end of the world. Cough, cough, in that ominous world, Kim Tae-hoon was coughing. It was not just a cough. Whenever he coughed, his throat and lungs felt scratched by sharp pieces of iron. The pain sent shivers down his spine. When he stopped coughing, his mouth was itchy. The tickling in the mouth was due to blood, and it was running down his mouth as it popped out of the blood clots. What's going on? It was a plain sign of death. Kim Tae-hoon, who dreamt of dying, was surprised at his own situation. Why do I feel dash dot? Even at this moment, his five senses were not playing their part. He couldn't hear well, he couldn't feel any sensation in his fingertips, and he couldn't feel the bloody smell or the bloody taste at all. Even his eyes were dim. What the hell is going to happen to me? It was something that could not happen to him, who had superhuman eyes and ears from the eyes of black snake and the hearing of a bell-tailed rat. Tell me anything. At this moment, he urged himself. Tell me now. He was going to die soon, and he wanted to give himself any clue to avoid this death. However, Kim Tae-hoon, who was now dying, did not hear such longing. So, he didn't say anything. In addition, there was no one around him at this moment to say anything for him. There was no Jang Sung-hoon to talk to him, no An Sunmi to tell the wish list, and no one to prove his death. There was no word. He only looked at his left-hand palm without saying a word. 170712 Colonel Lim Hyun-jun is killed, stop it. 180203 Cho Sung-yeon's death. Make him president. 180,504 The meltdown of Kori nuclear power plant starts, stop it. Ah! Kim's left hand had a message written to himself to watch at his death. In addition, it was not just a message. Bucket list. It was a bucket list, a must-do list before he dies. It was also unnecessary to say why. The future which he could see by Napoleon's golden glass was arbitrary. No matter how much he talked, it's not likely to see it all in a dream. If death was scheduled, the surest way was to see a message to send from beginning to end. In other words, at this moment, Kim was waiting for his death. He had no intention of avoiding his own death or challenging himself, just waiting for inevitable death to come. What the hell happened to me? Qua 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 qua. At that moment, he heard a sound in the distance. While looking at the palm of his hand, he lifted his head and looked at the deafening roar. His dim eyes reflected the angelic look. It was an angel made of gray smoke. That, of course, it was not an angel. Flare. A plane, which was more familiar with the nickname Angel of Death than AC-130 gunship, fired a flare. The scene did not last long. As the Angel of Death approached, he focused more on his palm than on looking at it. He concentrated all his senses on the palm of his hand. His dream ended there. 2. Incheon International Airport. There were VIP lounges from various airlines within the airport, bound to surprise the first visitors with their size. In one of the VIP lounges, two men were burying themselves on a soft sofa and facing each other. The looks on their faces were not very good. One was massaging his temples with his eyes closed, and the other was frowning enough to distort his whole face. One of them, the man with a frown, said, "Boss, can I ask you a question?" Kim did not answer Jang's question. The more dreams you have, the better the situation you should have, but the more you keep dreaming, the worse the situation seems to get, instead of better. Again, Kim did not answer, since the question, which didn't have to be answered, already had an answer. F***ck. Jang, who knew the answer, had answered his own question. Meltdown. Kim dreamt of his fourth death. In the dream, he had a bucket list for himself on his palm. It was as it was said. He left the bucket list which needed to be done before death. It was a wise move. It was not just a clue, but a clear statement of what to do. It was the kindest death he had ever seen. I'm crazy. After we kill the dragon, the following threat is radiation. We'll have to stop a meteorite next time. Should we build a spaceship, land it on a meteorite that's coming to the Earth, and explode a nuclear bomb? There was definitely such a movie. Bruce Willis. But the content was never kind. We will save Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, so let's start there. There were 3 things in the bucket list. First, they should save Colonel Lim Hyun-jun, who would die soon. Who is Cho Sung-yeon? Boss has to make him president. Second, after saving Cho Sung-yeon, he should be elected president. And Kori nuclear power plant. No way. It's really F***ked. Finally, they should stop the meltdown at the Kori nuclear power plant. When Jang mentioned the last item, he covered his face with his hands. His hands, covering his face, were trembling from the heart. It's definitely something you should do. If you don't, everyone dies. The Kori meltdown forecast was so shocking. It would be a land of hell. But unlike Chernobyl or Fukushima, there is no way people can rush to deal with it. Even Jang, who was not an expert on nuclear power plants, was so shocked that his hands and feet were shaken as he imagined the future. Jang, who expressed his miserable feelings, said desperately, "No, we'd rather be safe. Monsters won't be safe from radiation. Wouldn't it be possible that the public could become awakeners if they were exposed to radiation? Shall we take a test? Can I become a Dr. Manhattan in The Watchmen?" Dr. Manhattan, referring to the character of DC Comics, who was exposed to radiation and had supernatural powers, was certainly not something sane or serious. Kim, who was rubbing his temples in front of Jang's complaints, stopped his hands. Kim opened his eyes. Meltdown refers to the core melting phenomenon caused by poor core cooling. There are 3 major stages of core cooling. The melting of the fuel container only occurs in meltdown, and then the meltdown of the reactor core penetrates the hangar where the fuel rods are stored. The last melting of nuclear fuel just scatters it on the ground. Jang also looked serious in front of Kim. You know it well. One of the lessons most special forces take often is on nuclear power plants. Really? It's because nuclear power plants are the most effective targets that terrorists can attack. Any damage to the nuclear power plants can lead to a meltdown, and that fear is much more effective than an airplane bomb. Kim stopped talking for a while. There was a sense of silence and tension. After he put his mind together amidst the tension, he spoke again. If it were a melt-through or melt-out, I would have clearly specified the situation. Not the worst. It would be the worst if left untouched, but at least not at that moment. It's a little comforting to hear that. The important thing is the first dream. Yes. What did I tell you in my first dream? At the sudden question, Jang recalled. As usual, Jang could recall the shocking story Kim had told him during the night in front of the library of Wonmi, Bucheon, as clearly as Kim could. You had a hard time. Go to Gyeongju by myself, where I could meet with Commander-in-Chief Lim Hyun-jun and deliver your words. Jang's face hardened as he was speaking. Gyeongju. At the time of the first death, the Kori nuclear power plant had not melted down. The Kori nuclear power plant was located in Busan. The straight distance from Gyeongju was about 60 kilometers. If the Kori nuclear power plant caused a meltdown and radiation leak started, Gyeongju could never be a hub. This meant that at the time of his first death, Kori nuclear power plant did not experience any meltdown. Based on the information of the first dream, Kori nuclear power plant was never a problem. Then why? Someone must have caused a problem. What? What kind of a nut does that cause? When it bursts, we'll all die. I suppose he has no desire, no interest, no affection, and no intention of staying in the Republic of Korea. Kim closed his eyes again. The 6 snakes. It was clear that the 6 snakes were the source of all these nightmares. They would not have the right power right now. And Kim, who learned lessons and information through his third death, could not have allowed the 6 snakes to be safe. That's why. In other words, the 6 snakes were pushed by Kim to abandon the land of Korea, and it was highly likely that they left a Pandora's box, the Kori nuclear power plant, for reasons of vengeance or checkmate. Unintentional actions might have unexpected consequences. It's a damn thing. It was definitely an AC-130. But it was not meltdown that made Kim's mood worse at this moment. He saw the AC-130 gunship firing flares before his death. Angel of Death. The flares of the AC-130 gunship, which had such an eerie nickname, could not be said to have a very powerful killing power in itself. In the first place, the flare was designed to deceive infrared-guided missiles. It was unlikely that he died in the attack. The important thing was the owner of the angel. America. The scene was the clearest evidence that the United States had expressed hostility toward him. The US attacked. And the evidence was much scarier than anything else, the meltdown phenomenon of Kori nuclear power plant mentioned above to him. After the dragon is America. To be honest, he couldn't see how to win the war. He couldn't even imagine. That's why he left it. There was no way to win the war, so he left a bucket list in the sense that he should not start the war itself. In the terrifying confusion and fear, it was the only lighthouse. Therefore, he made it clear. I will stop the assassination of Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. As the bucket list said, the first thing to do was to save Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. There was no other worry right now. The work to be done is simple, so let's be simple. When he thought so, he felt like he was getting rid of his headache. But such peace did not last long. Inside the VIP lounge, a soldier in uniform appeared. What's going on? Jang, instead of Kim, was the first to answer. The soldier slowly talked after hesitating for a moment at the sight of Jang. We found a survivor. A survivor? Jang looked puzzled. There were survivors at Incheon International Airport, where there was not a bird to see beyond the mess. Furthermore, when a survivor appeared, they did not need to report to Kim directly. Kim was more than the head of the Mac Guild. For those who lived under the name of the Mac Guild, he was virtually like God. However, this meant that they were required to report the discovery of a survivor in such a hurry. Who the hell is it? A daughter of the President of the United States? In other words, it was highly likely that the survivors were not ordinary people. Well. Kate Kennedy, the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea. As soon as Kim heard that, he put his hand to his temples again. After crossing the long Incheon Bridge to Yangjong Island, the Mac Guild's hunters and soldiers who eventually arrived at Incheon International Airport saw a corpse that could also be called a small hill. A twin-head ogre. This monster was fearsome enough that even dead it still exuded an ominously strong sense of existence. Blarg. Ugh. Hey, wake up. Stay with me. The ordinary soldiers who did not have the power of energy could still the real fear emanating from the twin-head ogre just by looking at its body from far away, and they had to check what they had eaten that day. Soldiers, fall back. Only the hunters, move. Only awakeners with energy level above E rank were able to get close to the massive corpse. That's awesome. Those who approached it were given some tasks. The first thing they did was check the toughness of the twin-head ogre's hide. The verification procedure was simple. Tututu. They pulled the triggers of the rifles that they had brought, pointed at the body of the twin-head ogre. Acha! They beat the corpse several times with all their might, using a huge axe. Explode! Explode! They set up a claymore they brought on the dead body and then blew it off. It was an eerie task, but the eeriest fact was that the dead body of the twin-head ogre only had a few scars after such bloody work. If they likened the wounds to a person, the person might have been stung by a wasp. Considering the size of the twin-head ogre, it was like driving railroad spikes into something the size of a building. I can't speak. How the hell did he kill this monster? In front of the scene, the Mac Guild's hunters were forced to remain silent. Solemnly, they moved on to the next task. Now we begin guarding the dead body. The next mission was to protect the body of the twin-head ogre, which was now worth more than gold. It was to prevent people from stealing its body. But it was a funny mission. Who's going to come to steal this? My words. I'd rather be a survivor than a thief. It was impossible to imagine stealing a monster with a weight greater than an elephant. Hall. But their common sense crumbled so easily. There. While guarding the dead body of the twin-head ogre, they saw a group of people approaching. Their faces turned white as ghosts. Of course, at that moment they were unable to carry out the proper orders to be executed. No access. Put your hands up. Hands up. They talked all at the same time and just spewed out the thoughts in their minds. What jolted them were the words that came out of the person who appeared in front of them. Please don't shoot me. 4. So you were surprised at English, and couldn't remember any security protocols? That's great. 5 hunters' heads were bowed down by Jang's thorny words. The awakeners who stay on in the face of a monster's fear effect were afraid of English. What did they do, although they have been taught English for 12 years in elementary, the junior, and the high schools? They could not use English. Jang was nearly pulling out his hair in a frenzy with the 5 people in front of him. Damn it. He has figured out the situation before and after. Survivors from Incheon International Airport had appeared. It was an unexpected appearance, and of course, the hunters were embarrassed. It was the English spoken by survivors that gave a decisive blow to them. They were embarrassed by English. Do I have to teach English again to the native speakers? Holy sh*t. At that moment, the security system collapsed, and one of the hunters hurriedly visited Kim Tae-hoon, who was taking a rest in the VIP lounge. It was nonsense. If the survivors approached the hunters with bad intentions, there would be a big accident. Jang's expression inevitably crumpled. Anyway, is this good news or bad news? But what was even worse was that one survivor was Kate Kennedy, not just anyone. She was the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea who Kim was looking for. To be honest, Jang wasn't sure how to weigh things properly with the current situation he was given. Is it better to just hand her over to the Capital Defense Command, and collect the relics? The deal itself would be valid if they rescued Kate Kennedy and transferred her to the Capital Defense Command. But the deal was an unusual deal, filled with intrigue and acrimony. It could never be a normal transaction. Even so, leaving Kate Kennedy alone was not a safe choice either. Anyway, the Capital Defense Command was looking for her. Her intentions were also important. What if she causes trouble? It would matter if she wanted to go to Seoul, or if she refused the Mac Guild's order for her own purpose and pushed ahead with her actions. What should I do with her when such a problem occurs? Should I make my face so blood-stained that she can't recognize me, and then calm her down? The daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea? None of the people Kim Tae-hoon and his men met had more political implications than her. Since there was no precedent, there was no easy choice. What choice will boss make? However, in this situation, Kim Tae-hoon must decide after finishing weighing his options. No, is he okay now? It was like torture. I would have been mad if I had been him. This fourth death was the most miserable death that Kim had ever experienced. If the third death was physically painful, the fourth death was a mentally painful death. So far, if death gave new answers, the fourth death left only regrets, not answers. It was a tag that said that Kim Tae-hoon's life failed in the end. In a situation where he was thinking about such a desperate experience, he must make a judgment on a new problem and take responsibility for the judgment he had made. I need someone to make a decision for boss, I'm sure. At this moment, Jang felt the need for a leader to make a judgment on behalf of him in a similar position to Kim. At the same time, he was able to understand one of the 3 bucket lists left by Kim. We should make Cho Sung-yeon president. 5. There was a secret bunker at Incheon International Airport, and I've been with the survivors there. Kate Kennedy was a typical blonde white beauty. Her blue eyes were large, her eyelashes were long, her blonde hair was really coveted, her body was so great that it reminded everyone of a model. But now Kim's eyes did not rest on the fact that she was a beautiful woman. There was a secret bunker. Once she and other survivors survived at Incheon International Airport, he could see the background. There was a secret bunker at Incheon International Airport. It would be strange not to be there. It was not strange. Incheon International Airport was one of the most frequently used airports by Korean authorities, and it was used when lawmakers or conglomerate leaders left overseas. Therefore, it was not strange to have a secret bunker for such VIPs. Most of all, the people who would be using the bunker were not paying for it, it was built by the national taxes. There was no reason to wonder if the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea knew about such a bunker. And she and other survivors came to him. I get this card only once. Anyway, from this moment on, their lives were placed in Kim's palm. He did not intend to ignore it, and he did not intend to show mercy to the card that was put on his palm. I need to find a way to make the most of it. He should draw the maximum profit he could pull out with this card. So at this moment, he looked at the card called Kate Kennedy from head to toe, who he now had to pull everything out of, and she felt uncomfortable. At that moment, he grabbed her right wrist quickly and firmly. At the same time, his eyes went black. Ah! She screamed and tried to snatch her hand away. She succeeded in shaking off his hand, which had become even more powerful by eating the monster stone of the twin-head ogre. Even though he was considerate of her and did not use his strength to not break her wrist, a normal person could never shake off his hand. That was evidence. What are you doing? Are you crazy? That was a clear proof that she was an awakener. Her energy rank. A. That was evidence of a great awakener. 6. Lieutenant Colonel Yu. Although he could not say that the road was decent, now he was clearly driving on a road where the car could travel. Driving. It was an act that began after mankind invented the car, and it was no wonderful thing for a modern man, but it had been a long time since he had been able to drive for dozens of minutes without a break. The same was true of the man who drove the car. When he stepped on the accelerator pedal for the first in a long time, he found it exciting and amazing. It was such a world. There were no roads that people could drive now, and even if there were, they could not afford to drive there. It was a world where the land was not ruled by humans. He did it. In other words, this drive was the result of the win and of the reacquisition of this land by a human. Of course, that human was not a very big concept among human beings. That human was the leader of the Mac Guild. The Mac Guild has occupied Incheon. The winner was the Mac Guild, and of course, the Mac Guild was the one who could claim the land. That was the beginning of the problem. The Capital Defense Command won't admit it easily. The Capital Defense Command openly pretended to be the Korean government. And, of course, Incheon was the territory of Korea. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for a group called the Mac Guild to own the land. That's my role. It was now the role of Lieutenant Colonel Yu to obtain that recognition. The Mac Guild should be the owner of Incheon City, and then the voice of Lieutenant Colonel Yu would be strengthened. It's hard, but it's worth it to do. At this point it was highly likely that the Capital Defense Command would allow the Mac Guild to occupy Incheon. Nothing is impossible. Currently, the power of the Capital Defense Command was concentrated in the northern part of the Han River, Gangbuk. It was hard to even get to Gangnam, the southern part of the Han River, right away. Most of the bridges above the Han River that connected Gangbuk and Gangnam had collapsed. Against this backdrop, it was not easy for the Capital Defense Command to send troops to take control of Incheon. If it had been possible in the first place, the Mac Guild wouldn't have had the chance to occupy Incheon. Above all, the Capital Defense Command could not afford to pay attention to Incheon. I hear that the troops of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division have already taken the front line, so at least for the time being all eyes will be on them. The front line. The 8th Division, which was located in Pocheon, where the Korean Army was concentrated, was rapidly absorbing the front line. I heard that Colonel Lim Hyun-jun occupied the 8th Division. I even heard that he, who is not the commander of the 8th Division, and only a colonel, did all of that. In the case of the Capital Defense Command, there was only one card that could reverse this situation, and that was claiming legitimacy with the President or Prime Minister, but there was such a card. When Lieutenant Colonel Yu thought that far, he felt his complicated thoughts organize. In the end, a new government and a new military need to be created. In fact, the current government and the military in the Republic of Korea were on a deadline. It would have been strange to maintain the status quo in the first place when there was no president and no prime minister, and the generals, who could be called the highest leaders of the military, cannot play a role. It was time for a new order to be established, and of course, the order would be moved by the hands of those who have taken power. We're here. At the words of the soldier, Lieutenant Colonel Yu got out of the military truck and looked up at the scene in front of him. Songdo LNG production base. Now was a time where energy would be more precious than gold or human life. He walked on to meet the new order leader, looking at the stage. Major Kim Tae-hoon. I thought he was a man whose fate was to never be recorded in history, but he will be a man who will be marked in history. We secured Kate Kennedy. The conversation was one-sided. But I won't report it to the Capital Defense Command. I'll hide it. Kim Tae-hoon had a solo conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Yu, a one-sided conversation on the spot. No, it was a one-sided notice, a request, rather than a conversation. From now on, Kate Kennedy will be a hunter for the Mac Guild, with her identity hidden. It was evidence that Kim knew well the reality of his situation more calmly than anyone else. He had killed the twin-head ogre alone. The Capital Defense Command had taken a number of troops, firepower, and its best ace, O-Se-bum, including a helicopter, to kill a green-grayed monster, a white high-footed spider, but Kim killed it alone. It was proof. It was proof of what he had said. It was proof that the price they would pay that when they set him as an enemy would not be small. And Lieutenant Colonel Yu was the sword that Kim would wield against the Capital Defense Command from now on. The master of the sword does not speak with the sword. He just wields the sword at his own discretion. And arrange for a meeting with Colonel Lim Hyun-jun of the Atuki unit. Of course, if the owner wielded the sword too freely, there would be problems. That's. As long as there's a traitor in the Capital Defense Command, we'll have to borrow external power, and there's no outside power better than the frontline forces in this situation. At the words of Kim, Lieutenant Colonel Yu wanted to ask how Kim knew that fact. But the question was pointless. Even if Kim lied with his answer, Yu was not able to confirm the authenticity. That's great. Therefore, Yu asked questions he could ascertain. So what's your next destination? I'm going to Bio. Bio? For what reason? The moment he asked the question, he immediately came up with the word National Bio-Museum. Ah. So he sighed and then warned, "It's dangerous. I sent my men to search bio several times, but none of them came back." In response to the warning, Kim looked at his hand before answering. Basic abilities. Strength, 501. Health, 299. Special abilities. Energy, B rank. Mana, C+ rank. Telekinesis, A rank. Defense, B rank. Mana resistance, C+ rank. Achieved abilities. Herculean strength of Twin-Head Ogre, grade 4. You can exert the Herculean strength of the Twin-Head Ogre. He looked at the back of his hand and said, "That's why I'm going, and it won't take long, so please set up a meeting with Colonel Lim Hyun-jun in June, and definitely before July." At the end of the conversation, a truck began to slowly approach them. There was no driver. The only thing in the truck was the monster's hideous head. It's one of the heads of the Twin-Head Ogre. This is my gift to the Capital Defense Command, and the other one will be a monumental souvenir. Monsters had taken a lot from mankind. They had killed countless people, and they had taken food and living things. They took away the light. Since the advent of the monsters, the nights of the world had returned to darkness. If the measure of civilization was based on illumination at night, human civilization had degenerated into a remote past. However, in the midst of such a world, there was a place where the light was still in full bloom. Oh, it's the beginning of the night shift. Let's get it over with. It's still spring, but it's chilly at night. Let's have a little soju with ramen after work. I'm asking for night work for it. When I work until dawn, eat ramen with a bowl of soju and wake up in the afternoon with baggy eyes, this place really looks like a paradise. Paradise. Bucheon City. It was not dark there. The mobile street lamps, which were modified to create a city of undying lanterns, made the night a time of hope, not a time of solitude and silence. At the same time, they gave people time to see the night sky. Oh, there are so many stars. I know. I've never seen so many stars in Bucheon. There were always many stars. I just haven't seen them in the meantime. The night sky, which the factories and cars had hidden for a long time, was covered with shining stars. The starry night view was not suitable for the word apocalypse. The sight was a starfield that awed the viewers in many ways. Kim Tae-hoon and Jang Sung-hoon returned in silence to Bucheon City on a night when the starlight seemed to fall. On Sun-mi and Bang Hyun-wook were the only ones who met them at night. Of course, the two tried to say hello. Hello. Huck. That was, until the two of them found out that a blonde girl following them blinked her blue eyes. Who is this? Who is she? The answer to the two surprised and inquiring answers came from Jang, not Kim. Oh, this is the boss's first wife. She will be your sister-in-law for Hyun-wook, and she will be a madam for sister Sun-mi. The two looked surprised at Jang's response, and Kim cuffed the back of Jang's head. Kim then formally introduced her himself. Her name is Kate Kennedy, our hostage in this hour. Bang and On looked even more incomprehensible, and Jang, who has scratched the back of his head, said curtly, "Boss, I told you. I prefer wife to the hostage." After Kim talked to them about the situation with Kate Kennedy, the situation was settled. 2. Kim explained to Kate Kennedy what had happened to the world during the days she spent in the secret bunker. The world had become a monster den, and survivors had begun fighting back against them to survive. After she heard the story, she asked, "Well, where's my father?" The U.S. ambassador to Korea, although I did not see him directly, is currently under the protection of the Capital Defense Command, which has settled in Seoul. Then I'll go there. Please take me there. That was too obvious, at least for Kate Kennedy. Of course, she missed her family, and she was sure there was no safer place than where her father was. However, Kim rejected her offer. No. Why? Is the road dangerous? You are the card we are going to take an advantageous position in the negotiations. What is that? In a nutshell, you are a hostage. In addition, Kim did not use a kind explanation or a friendly expression either. Kate Kennedy made such an embarrassing face, but Kim was serious. He had to be serious. This card of Kate Kennedy was that important to him now. If he was with her, he would be able to set up a negotiation table with the U.S. ambassador to Korea at his discretion. At the same time, she was also an irreplaceable human resource, beyond the most valuable level in the current situation, as her energy rank was A. A rank is not an easy rank we can get from eating monster stones. So far, Kim had eaten countless monster stones. However, his telekinesis showed no sign of moving beyond the A rank. The symbolic significance of the A rank was evidence that they could not get the rank by simply eating monster stones. This meant that the A rank's ability might be of limited grade, like a relic. It also meant that only when they got an A rank awakener, the monster stones, and the relics, that they could control success or failure in the upcoming war. Her energy rank is A, she can perform her mission in a healthy spirit against a blue-grade monster. Most of all, Kim was desperately in need of an awakener with an A rank in energy. Energy was the surest force against monster fear. On the contrary, even if you were armed with powerful weapons and relics, if there was not a high energy ranker, then there was a very fatal limitation when dealing with monsters, which was impossible to fight against. It was true of even Kim now. If he had the power to be free from monsters' fear, he couldn't have used his armed forces demonstrations to kill the twin-head ogre. In his judgment, to show the appropriate skills against a green-grade monster, at least a B energy ranker would be needed. That meant you needed at least one level higher than that to deal with a blue-grade monster. Therefore, Kim needed Kate Kennedy, even if he was forced to put a collar around her neck. If I hand her over to the Capital Defense Command, I help my competitor. The same was true for the Capital Defense Command. Even to the U.S. ambassador to Korea, Kate Kennedy's power would be precious. Unless the U.S. ambassador was a fool, he would have made several plans in close contact with the U.S. forces Korea after the monsters appeared in the world. If it is necessary for the USFK, they can establish a new government in Korea. One of the scenarios would be that the U.S. would establish a new government instead of the current one. Anyway, as time went by, the U.S. military's influence would grow again, and then the U.S. forces in Korea would have a bigger impact. Above all, Kim saw that one of the symbols owned by the U.S. military, an AC-130 called the Angel of Death, was coming toward him, firing a flare. The USA is the USA, even without relics. Clearly, there were not many relics in the US. At present, there would be more relics in Europe than ever before, where the history of modern civilization began, and where it became the heart of globally influential religions, such as Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and Hinduism. But no matter what, they had no history of widespread internal violence in the United States. It was inevitable that the US would become the first partner for those who wanted to become new orders, while securing relics and loyal people. There were several bridegrooms, but a single bride, and they had no choice but to have a war. And he could not just think about the US forces in Korea. The story will change if the US forces in Japan move. JE also kept in mind the US forces in Japan and Japan itself. No, maybe the most urgent thing to consider at this moment were the two. Wasn't it Japan, in the history of the Korean peninsula, that showed more than just obsession with land? If Japan survived in its repeated war with monsters and was equipped with power, the first place they would pursue was the Korean peninsula. In addition, the US forces in Japan were so powerful that they could not be compared to US forces in Korea. There were plenty of reasons for Kim to hold Kate as a hostage. Hostage, what do you mean? Of course, there was no reason Kate should understand that. Kim also did not make any effort to make her understand. I am going to do anything to survive. At Kim's words, her face turned white and her eyes began to tremble. She was on the verge of tears. The big blue eyes were ready to burst into tears. I'm going to do anything to live. However, Kim was not fooled by her expression. He knew better than anyone else that the woman in front of him wasn't really a woman with a blank mind and whining in this situation. The U.S. ambassador to Korea was not an easy place to sit, although he knew how to work politics. Starting with North Korea, China and Russia were the front lines that the United States should check as the last enemies. Of course, it was also a dangerous place. It had to be prepared for all kinds of threats, such as terror, kidnapping, and assassination. Stop acting. It's not good enough to say something funny about a blonde being stupid. If you don't know the meaning of the word hostage, you don't deserve to be here. At the words, Kate Kennedy changed her face. She took a long breath, and at the end of it she ruffled her coveted hair. The world has turned into hell. With a short curse, she told Kim, I'll cooperate with you, but I want you to ensure my safety. At that, Kim answered, I can't guarantee your safety, but I'll risk my life to protect your own. I want to hear that oath from someone who would honestly be my husband. So what's the plan for the future? I go to Bucheon, take the items, and then move to Bio. Bio? Only the two of us. What? That was the story Kim and Kate shared. 3. Namsan Tower. A place where people could not see any of its past had become crowded with noise. Be careful. Be careful. Stop. Stop. A modified forklift craned up the head of a giant monster on a truck, and soldiers in military uniform were working hard around it, tightly disciplined. There were people watching the scene from a distance. The stars were shining on their epaulets, all of them wearing dress uniforms. Green eyes. They were the people in power in the Capital Defense Command, starting with Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, the commander of the Capital Defense Command, passing Lieutenant General Yoon Suk-young, the commander of the Military Capital Command, to Major General Lee Ki-soo, the head of the Investigation Department of the Ministry of Defense. It was a feast of stars. What's its name? It's a green-grayed monster, the twin-head ogre. How does it compare to the white high-footed spider we killed? There's no big difference. There's no big difference. Is that true? There was a man among the generals, not a general, but his appearance was more brilliant than the stars. Major Oh Se-bum, what do you think? Yes, I agree there's not much difference, he replied with a firm expression at the words of Lee Hyuk, who was now the commander of the Capital Defense Command, and in fact the absolute leader of the survivors of the capital of Seoul. I wish I'd just let you go, but I gave him a chance and he got me into trouble. At the words of Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk, everyone went silent. There was nothing more eerie for the soldiers than complaints from their superiors. It was Major General Lee Ki-soo who stepped in at that moment. It's just a hound, you know, and you can throw it away after using it. I think the Atuki unit is more urgent than that. Lieutenant General Lee Hyuk nodded instead of answering and left immediately. The other stars moved after the first star. A man came to the side of Major Oh Se-bum, who had remained in the place when the stars disappeared. It was Colonel Jang So-guk. Major Oh frowned at his appearance. When are you going to take care of him, Colonel? At the surly words, Colonel Jang did not agree enthusiastically. It's not time to care about Kim Tae-hoon. If we don't deal with the Atuki unit right now, Seoul is dangerous. The road from Gangnam to Gangbuk is blocked, but there are too many roads from the front line to Gangbuk. Not only the forces at the front, but the power of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division is enough to bring Seoul down. Ah, yes. Major O spoke out in a tone that seemed to be upset at the appearance of Colonel Jang. It was a whine that was not suitable for a soldier. However, Colonel Jang did not intend to admonish Major O's whining. From the beginning, he did not want the attitude of a soldier from Major O. Of course it's not your concern, and according to the letter from Dr. Mao, he's going to be packing up the relics soon. What kind of relic? It's a second-grade relic. What's its name? It's Okryong Mungakbi. He said he would pay for the other relics, and sooner or later the bird will fly, and you will retrieve them. I'm looking forward to it, so what do I do with it? You can do what you want. The face of Major O, which was whimpering, relaxed. I understand. While Kim Tae-hoon was active in Incheon City for a short period of time, there were also many changes in Bucheon City. The most noticeable change was the beginning of farmland cultivation. The results of cultivating the surrounding land of the Gulpo stream leading to the Han River during the winter were gradually revealed in the spring. Now it's a real start. A year of farming started. It would be impossible for all survivors to obtain enough harvests to be self-sufficient, but securing farmland and the start of farming were the hope of a minimal future. Let's go to Incheon. Depart. In addition, they used the remaining materials from the solar panel production plant in Gwangmyeong City to produce additional solar panels. Tank cars, drivers, and related technicians to transport the LNG stored at the Songdo LNG production base also began to move when the occupation of Incheon City was completed. Now we go to Saihung City. Let's kill the monsters. The number of clans under the Mac Guild was now 7, and they gradually started to expand their activities to Gwangmyeong and Incheon, as well as Gimpo and Saihung. The medical system has also begun to improve rapidly. The simple hospital operated by On Sinmi began to use university hospital facilities, as it secured a small number of doctors and nurses, and became able to produce electricity steadily to some extent. On Sunmi, who had been an errand runner at the university hospital a few months ago, became the new owner of the university hospital. The workshop also started more systematic and professional production by having a power supply and facility expansion. Items using monster bodies and items that improved relics have begun to be produced in a steady stream. All of those results were confirmed by the number of monster stones secured by the Mac Guild, and by the number of monster stones for Kim Tae-hoon to eat. Do you really have to eat all of them? Of course. 40%. Kim's contract with the hunters gathered under the name of the Mac Guild was still valid. Of course, 40% of the monster stones earned from the hunting of parties under the Mac Guild and Clan's hunters while he was not in Bucheon became Kim's share. The amount couldn't be small. It was just enough to fill a 30-liter hiking bag. This world is like hell. Kate was so embarrassed when she watched Kim eating them. It will be more like hell in the future. Of course, the most embarrassing thing for Kate was that she had to go to bio with Kim. The reason why Kim took her to bio was simple. Kate had energy of a rank. Although the stats of her strength and health were still low, not many people could stop her if she started to make a fuss. So, in the end, they might need an awakener with a high level like Bang Hyun-wook for surveillance, but Bang also had a lot of work, as he was the spiritual leader of the Mac Guild when Kim Tae-hoon was away. Most of all, Bang was good at protecting people, but he had never even tried to monitor them. It would have been convenient if you had just left me in Bucheon. Finally, it was better for Kim to take her with him for her protection and surveillance. Another reason was that Kate was not just a character, but a very important human resource for Kim. In the east, the distance is about 300 meters, orc. Accordingly, Kim needed to nurture Kate as a very capable hunter. The weapon is a knife. Kim threw a knife to Kate with the order. It was not a special knife. Isn't it too much to ask me to use a cleaver? It was an ordinary knife that was easily found in marts. Give me a gun to deal with the monsters. In fact, he gave her a gun at first. It was clear that it would not be necessary to talk about it because in common sense to use guns was better than to use swords well. But as soon as he handed her the K5 automatic pistol, she immediately checked the magazine and the aim, and he listened to her whisper, "Is it an M5949? Then he no longer gave her a gun. He knew that she was not a woman who had shot a gun just 1 or 2 times, but a woman who had been willing to enjoy using them in the United States, where freedom of guns was guaranteed. From then on, he taught her how to use a knife instead of a gun. If you don't like it, you can either file a complaint through a law firm, or you can get a gun yourself. You are a man of great wit. My wit has grown a little because of the guy I have been with. You are fluent in English. You must have been an abler man than I thought. 200 meters. He told her its location instead of answering, and she fumed at the remark. I want you to say it in yards instead of meter. 190 meters. She sighed and looked at the Suwon-Gwangyang Expressway, which had become a grave of cars. Let's adapt first. She was not a fool. She knew that at this moment, the stupid blonde beauty acting did not work against him, and even if she protested that she was the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea, it did not work, nor did her charming complaints. At the same time, she knew this was an opportunity. Anyway, he was teaching her how to hunt monsters and the knowledge she needed to survive in this world. He was giving something that she could not get even if she paid money. In many ways, in this situation, the answer was to play head-on instead of foot-to-mouth. Above all, she had a possibility that was incomparable to others. The power of the stomach. She believed in the possibility. With this power, I can create chances anytime. Based on the possibility, she made a plan and played the trick. 5. She didn't learn it right. He closed his black eyes and recalled her fight, as she was breathing over the body of the orc under her feet, which had now become a meatball. It's at the level of a hobby. She knew how to fight. Jiu-jitsu, boxing, she had a habit of working out at a mixed martial arts gymnasium. However, that was all. She did not seem to have been trained properly in the military. She had learned a level of fighting to protect herself from her father, who was a soldier. That's better. For him, it was better. If she had had professional skills, she would have had to go through the process of getting rid of habits. The fighting that mankind had achieved over the years would only work on monsters on a limited basis. It's not possible to use jiu-jitsu or boxing against monsters like a twin-head ogre right now. It is only enough to protect herself and be able to respond to incoming attacks. Her energy is beyond imagination. On the other hand, her energy of a rank was astonishing. Her strength stat is 15 at best, but her fighting ability is close to Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji. Energy enhanced physical ability. If the stats of strength and health were high, the effect of energy increases. On the contrary, if the stats of strength and health were low, physical ability strengthened by energy was also low. Now, the combined stats of strength and health were 25 points because she had never properly eaten monster stones. Nevertheless, her ability to show her energy was now similar to Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji, whose strength level now surpassed 100, and whose energy rank reached D+. It was a great potential considering that Lieutenant Kim has steadily developed her ability through combat and training. From now on, if the stats of her strength and health increased, her fighting ability would be beyond imagination. Her energy handling sense is much better than Bang Hyun-wook. On top of that, her energy was well matched with relics. Even with the sword of the Imperator and Sun Sin's arrow which he had, the higher the user's energy, the stronger the relic's power. I love the way she puts her brain to work. At the same time, she was smart. Her blemish is that the way she puts her brain to work is visible. It was evident from the way she cooperated with him and sometimes looked at the surrounding environment and what would be an indicator when she planned for the future. Of course, he had already noticed that she was ready to run if she got a chance at any time, although she was now adhering to it. Much better than a stupid doll. It was better for Kim Tae-hoon. There was no perfect manual for the war against monsters. There was no precedent. In moments, subjective judgments determined life and death. When he thought about it, he opened his eyes. Then he saw a sign on the road showing that there was not much distance left to Suwon. Suwon. Currently, Suwon City had 3 yellow-grade monsters and a green-grade monster. There was no worry about the monsters. Now, for him, yellow-grade monsters were no longer an opponent, and green-grade monsters could be dealt with according to the situation. The problem was beyond that. If we move quickly to Sejong City, we will arrive in 3 days. They would move along the Gyeongbu Expressway to reach Cheonan City and then would move along the Nonsan-Cheonan Expressway. Then, they would naturally pass through Sejong City. Blue grade. There was a blue-grade monster that had never been encountered before, and it had settled there. It was something he was worried about. Tang! At this moment, the gunshot that sounded was nothing for him to worry. Hey, did you hear the shot? I don't think you've never heard a shot before. This is Korea. He replied briefly to her question, but she had only heard the situation of the world and had not seen it with her own eyes yet. The world we live in has changed, in Korea or anywhere, and the world is better off with shots than with the monsters. With those words, he got up from where he was sitting and began to rise in the air. Air. Ha. Ah. Her eyes began to grow wide. 6. Tang. A man fell to the ground with the shot. Blood began to spread over the asphalt road. It was a sight to squeeze out a scream. But no one screamed. Rob him. The people who fired the shots rushed over to the dead body, and they began to scour the corpse greedily. They undressed the corpse and began to search the bag the corpse carried. God damn it, there's nothing. What about the bag? Anything to eat? There's nothing to eat, but it's so heavy. Did he put stones in it? Oh, son of a b*tch. He gives us this much trouble even though he has nothing. Tang. At that moment the revolver shot at the dead body, and the other man was surprised by the sound. He shouted at the gunman. What the hell are you doing? I'm angry. Save the bullet. It was a terrible sight. It was a scene where human life and dignity were not even worth a single bullet and human values became worthless. It was the man who appeared in the sky that put an end to the scene. As soon as he appeared, he looked down at his feet, at 3 men who were working over a dead body like hyenas. He's still alive. It wasn't a dead body, exactly. With 2 shots, he was bleeding, but he was still breathing. The heartbeat and breathing sound were weak, but Kim Tae-hoon clearly heard them. However, he did not intend to go out to save the man. Ah! What is this? What is it? It's a stone, it's like a piece. Until he saw it, he did not intend to go out to save the man. A statue? No, it's not a statue, it's a sword. That's weird, I'm sure I've seen this somewhere. Yes, I'm sure I've seen this before. A stone sword. The Gandal sword. Kim landed on the ground when he saw the Gandal sword, one of the representative relics of the Bronze Age. Thump. His body landed on the roof of a car on the road. The roof of the car was crushed like a can of soda. Ah! His sudden appearance shocked the 3, and he extended his right hand, looking at them with black eyes. Took. A revolver flew back into his hand. 3 shots fired immediately penetrated 3 men, 2 in the middle of the forehead, 1 in the thigh. Arg. Of course, there was only one scream. Kim walked through the scream filling the highway. He reached out his hand again and recovered the Gandal sword on the ground with his telekinesis before looking at it. Equals sad face Gandal sword. Relic grade, grade 3. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, the injection of energy produces a sharp blade. The cutting power of the blade depends on the energy rank. According to what Jang said, the Gandal sword should be at the Bio National Museum. A question passed through his mind. However, he did not dwell on the question. The only way to solve the question was not his thinking, but the man who was nearly shot to death in front of him. Kim approached the man and sat him down. The focus in his eyes was disappearing, and Kim spoke to the man who was leaking blood from the hole near his belly button where he had been shot. What happened to Bio? He asked a question that could not be answered. But when Kim asked the question, the man gave an answer after throwing up a bloody cough. Save my daughter and my wife. Bio. Gilt bronze incense burner in Bio. The incense burner to make monsters, watch out for the Messiah. The man, who used all his energy to speak those words, died with his eyes wide open. Kim closed his eyes. Then Kim turned his back and approached the screaming man who was clutching at his bloody leg. Aarg. Aarg. Kim said to the man in a low voice, let's start talking. Are you finished? When Kim Tae-hoon came back, it wasn't a short amount of time. Kate greeted him with a great deal of eagerness. She asked right away, how can you fly? She seemed to be surprised more than anything that he flew. Even if she wanted to know, she could not even think of running away from him. He answered her question briefly, well. Do you have laser beams in your eyes? He didn't even answer her subsequent question. Instead, he injected his energy into the Gandul sword he had brought with him. Woo woong. Immediately after that, a yellowish blade of light appeared on the Gandul sword. Wow! Lightsaber. Kim hit a medium-sized car in front of her. Suyuk. The sharp edge of the sword started with the roof of the car and cut the car in half. She no longer even spoke of admiration in front of the scene. Instead, she began to tremble weakly, as if she were surprised at the gruesome sight. It was such an eerie power. He looked at the Gandul sword in his hand. It has a lot of power. Currently, his energy level was B rank. It was not a low rank at all. With his energy and strength stats, he could crush a car like a sheet of paper with his bare hands. However, a cutting power that could slice through a car like this in one swoop was a different kind of story. Most of all, the Gandul sword was not the only one. To his knowledge, dozens of Gandul swords were kept at the Bio National Museum. If a hunter group is armed with these Gandul swords. Furthermore, Jang Sung-hoon said that the Bio National Museum had the half-moon stone sword, as well as the bronze sword. If all of them had become relics, their power must have been even stronger than expected. Once, he finished his thought here. Hey! It was more important for him to shut up the woman who was shining curious blue eyeballs at him. Please tell me what happened. What the hell is that? Is it like a lightsaber? He replied to her, who was waiting for an answer, from now on, we will dismantle the monsters. Yes. If you don't like doing it, I will do it. The monster stone will be mine. Wait a minute. Only then did she shut up and change her eyes. She gave him a resentful look. Of course, it was only for a while. After she finished thinking about it, she turned her back on him and walked over to her own orc. 8. Pook. While she was struggling against the orc with a knife, he began to think over the information he had received. The gilt bronze incense burner to create a monster. The first thing that filled his head was about the gilt bronze incense burner the man had mentioned before he died. There were not many objects in the world that deserved the name, the gilt bronze incense burner. More importantly, there was only one thing in Korea that the man with the Gandul sword could use for the gilt bronze incense burner. Is it the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach? National Treasure number 287, the gilt bronze incense burner of Beach. It was a great work of art. It was like an incense burner from a distance, but it was not just an incense burner up close. A dragon held a lotus peak and a phoenix stood at the end of the lotus peak. The lotus flower was also a representation of 3 divine mountains where the gods of the perennial youth and long life lived, and it was decorated with a variety of animals and mythical animals, starting with 5 musicians playing 5 musical instruments. Creating a monster. But the dead man described the gilt bronze incense burner as creating a monster. There was no telling whether it created a monster or a human being. Anything was possible. Dragon and Phoenix. And if the gilt bronze incense burner was the one that called the monster back, something very troublesome would happen. His imagination about the gilt bronze incense burner of beach had stopped there. What was more important now was that it was in the hands of a group named Messiah. He frowned when he moved on to that part. Messiah again. It was Messiah again. It was the third time, and he felt annoyed. But it was not a coincidence if anything was repeated over and over. By the fact that they used the name Messiah, he could measure the characteristics of the organization. In fact, normal groups do not use the name Savior. Rather, abnormal groups often use the name Messiah to justify their existence and behavior. Of course, there was no good man using the name Messiah as the name of the organization. It was no different this time. Indeed, if the Messiah group in Bio had been a group trying to become a savior for justice and peace, the man with a precious Gandul sword would not have headed to Seoul at the risk of his life. There was no doubt that he had even said so in his will to save his family. The last thing that was clear. It's clear that there's a power to survive in this hellish world. The organization called the Messiah, which was located in Bio, was entitled to survive in a monster-filled world. It's over. She appeared in front of him, with a cleaver in her bloody left hand, and a red jewel in her right hand, and a spotted pattern of blood on her face. He looked at her slowly. She frowned at the look. I did what you told me, okay? I didn't say anything. Oh, it's... While she hesitated, he took off his bag and opened it, pulling out a thick translucent plastic bag from it. The plastic wrapper was filled with red jewels like candy. You couldn't count the number of them quickly. She looked at it and swallowed her drool. Of course, it wasn't because the monster stones were delicious. She knew what it meant to gain power through the monster stones. It was the reason for her appetite again. The current number of monster stones left is 255. He gave her the exact figure. Are you provoking me now? It sounded like his remark was meant to make fun of her. Naturally, her face crumpled as well. I'll give you all of them. Yes. That's why she was even more surprised. What the hell? I can give you all 255 monster stones. Oh, why? 40% a month. 40%. There are 255, so monthly interest rates 102 red-grade monster stones. Pay back 357 after a month. If you don't pay it back and move on to next month, you'll have to pay back 499.8. In 3 months, 700. Wait a minute. What is that calculation method? That interest rate is ridiculous. I just made a suggestion. Whether you accept it or not, that's your right. Complaints about interest rates should be made either through an international lawyer or through the U.S. ambassador to Korea. She shut her mouth tight. Her thoughts became complicated. Surely this was an opportunity. If she ate more than 250 monster stones right now, her abilities would greatly increase. Not only basic abilities, but special abilities would rise significantly. She was the A-ranked player with energy, and the merit that could be gained from the elevation of her basic abilities was higher than anyone else. The problem was the interest rate of 40%. In order to collect 357 monster stones per month, she had to hunt more than 12 monsters a day. I can do it. She faced the monster under his orders and killed it. Killing about 10 monsters a day was not difficult. No, if she ate these monster stones, a red monster could not be an enemy to her. But monsters were not things she could see when she wanted to see them, were they? Most of all, her activities were now tied to his activities. If he stayed still, she should also stay still. But I have to do it now if I want to do it. The trouble was that she had to take the offer now. Kim Tae-hoon was not a human being that the word negotiation would work on. If she wanted to cut 40% to 30%, he would increase the interest rate to 50%. If she wanted to accept his offer, accepting it at this moment was the least expensive way to pay. That's all. So, at this moment she went all in. Don't you have orange or yellow ones, other than red ones? He smiled at the words. She pressed again, I hope you will give me more. I want to borrow about 300, not 255. He asked about her ever-growing scale. What are you going to do if you can't pay it back? Take them from my father, and you'd get paid anyway. At those words, he no longer asked. She is right. She would never be able to pay it back. He would somehow get it. If something happened that couldn't be paid back, it would only be if she died. Therefore, he was willing to accept it. He took out a leather case about the size of an eyeglass case from his twin-head ogre leather jacket. He put what was inside on his palm. 3 orange monster stones appeared. The orange grade interest rate is 3 times higher. He had already finished his intake of them. He brought them in case he needed to make transactions. The only money in this world now were cigarettes, bullets, and monster stones. And 300 monster stones, 45 deficient. In addition, he was willing to meet her demands. If you wait for 1 hour, I will prepare them. Gulp. She swallowed at the sight. Of course, the saliva this time was not mouth-watering. 9. Bio District, South Chungcheong Province. In front of them, the Jumgang River passed by, and the place with empty Buso and empty Jumseong behind them was beautiful and cozy. That was at least 4 months ago. Bio District, when it met the winter, felt peaceful even when the snow fell, rather than cold. But since the appearance of monsters, Bio had become a place to describe as peace-full. Even after the monsters were cleaned out to some extent, Bio was still not peaceful. Work quickly. Don't think you're goofing off, if you don't want to die, for example. People were constantly plowing up land where there were originally skating, baseball, and soccer fields, using shovels and pickaxes. Soldiers in uniform were pointing their guns at the people. It was a scene of forced labor that could only be seen in North Korea or Africa in the past. It was also a terrible scene. As soon as a man with all skin and bones collapsed without being able to keep up with his pickaxing, the gunman approached the man. Tut. The gunman clicked his tongue briefly as soon as he saw the fallen man foaming at the mouth and showing only the whites of his eyes. Then he shouted at the crowd, whose eyes were focused on him. I don't know how many times we've warned you, but if you're going to fall, you'd better finish your work before you fall down. Tang! A single shot rang after the shout. The man who fell down on the ground like a corpse became a real corpse. People shuddered at the sight. But their eyes did not change. Their eyes were already so dull that they couldn't get any worse. The same was true of the man who made a dead body with a single shot. The man took out a pack of cigarettes straight on the spot and lit it from a lighter while holding it in his mouth. Then he said to himself in a low voice. It's hard to run a farm. In this way, we are going to have to grow more graves. A companion approached the man. Hey, give me a cigarette. The man said to his companion, who asked for a cigarette as soon as he arrived, shooting him a look as terrifying as a gun. You're AF King SH T. A cigarette, no, only 1 drag. You're really too much. Too much. Then, what are you going to give me? Do you want my turn? Do you want to take my place today? With the words, the man pretended to move his waist back and forth. But the man who smoked did not even show interest. How about this one? A glass of soju. At that word soju changed his gaze. Do you have soju? I robbed a supermarket in the mountain and found a soju box. Of course, I kept one hidden. The man who was holding a cigarette gave it to his companion. His companion quivered after smoking. Well, I didn't smoke before this had happened, but now I'm going to die without this. More than that, where did you hide it? You're not King me, are you? That's not a lie. I have to get rid of it tonight anyway. The report is over, and they'll probably come from Nonsan the day after tomorrow. If I get caught, then it's over. The bastards, we're working hard, but they take everything. Damn stigmata. If I had had a stigmata on the back of my hand. The man who was speaking stopped and looked up at the sky. I can't wait until night. He wanted the night to come. Their conversation went far away into the ears of a man who was breathing quietly under the Jumgang River. The man who was eavesdropping also waited for the night to come. Very soon, the night that everyone waited for came. It was quite a warm night, warm enough to spend the night on the green grass. That night, Kim Tae-hoon began collecting information. The smoke began to flow out of the gilt bronze incense burner and became a monster. The man, who was now kneeling naked in his pants and underwear and wearing only his jacket, was Kim's first target. In fact, it was right to say that they were collected rather than hunting. For Kim, hunting was his own determination, and sometimes his life depended on it. If Kim dealt with an animal, who had raped a woman by force and was concerned about future trouble and killed her on the spot without mercy, it would not be called hunting, it would be an insult to him who has been hunting monsters. No, it was a beast, not a monster. Tiger, lion, wild boar, elephant. There was also an elephant. Of course, Kim had no intention of showing the leisurely air of the winner, the mercy of the hunter to the man. So, where is the gilt bronze incense burner of beach? Yes. Where is the Messiah you serve? Well, it's. If you answer my question, your life will be saved, I'm sure I promised. There was only one deal he wanted to keep, only one deal with the man. I'll ask you again, where are they? Well, I don't know. She and her guardians don't stay in one place and move on. I only see them when the guardians with the stigmata come to receive the payment periodically. Where are they? I said everything. I told you everything I know. Please let me live. If you answer the question, you will be saved. In other words, if you do not answer the question, you will die. I'm sure the woman who was killed by you, would have cooperated with you, until she died. You son of a b*tch. You didn't want to spare me from the beginning. It was all Kim wanted to do. 2. Pudak. A neck was forced to turn and the sound slid past the silent foothills. It was a feeble sound. It was so weak that it was hard to hear unless one was near. Really, in other words, she heard the noise and it meant that she was close. Do you really have to kill them that way? At night, Kim began collecting information. After kidnapping the remnants of the Messiah in Bio and those who described themselves as the believers of Messiah, he obtained information from them and killed them all. She had to look at the whole scene from a stone's throw. He didn't do it to bother her. For him, she was a hostage, and he just needed to watch her so that she wouldn't play tricks. Anyway, it was not a pleasant sight. You don't have to kill them without conditions. She, who had been silent, complained to him. I don't have to kill, but they have enough reason to die. Looting, rape, murder, robbery. In American law, there is no shortage of electric chairs. Isn't it fair to give them a chance to at least reflect? Kim's behavior was too much from her point of view. What you do is not a judgment. She was not a good woman. She had no desire to be a good woman. But she had some good, she had her own justice. The goodness she had was a coin. It was a coin with a reflection on one side, a coin with a judgment on the other, an opportunity for those who sincerely reflect, and a judgment on those who do not. Let's make one thing clear, he answered. I have no intention of judging them. I remove them because they are potential threats. Potential threats. A hostage is valid when there is a watchdog. A hostage without a watchdog is not a hostage, but a variable, like a mine that might explode at any time. It is better to be a murderer than to risk myself, my companions, and my men for my mercy and humanity. What is that? Kim Tae-hoon was a little funny and in a frank spirit as Kate was making such an objection. The potential threat is eliminated in advance by any means possible, isn't that the American style? That's why agents from the NSA, CIA, and FBI are filming a fake beard and an Afghan in Afghanistan on the other side of the Atlantic with a camera named Global Hawk, which costs $200 million. The United States, not any country, was the most enthusiastic, most thorough, and quickest in the world to eliminate potential threats to its homeland. Kate, the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea, could not be unaware of it. Finally, Kate shut her mouth. She couldn't answer his cross-question unless she abandoned her own belief in the U.S. and status of the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea. He did not explain any more to her. Her values didn't matter to him and were not important to him. What was important now was to organize the information he had received. He immediately took a thermos bottle out of his bag. He drank the coffee he had drained before nightfall. She sat on the ground with a long sigh at this sign that he would no longer talk. Then she grabbed her hair like she was tearing off her coveted blonde locks. Meanwhile, he began to match fragmentary information. The Messiah I met this time is stronger than I thought. According to the information collected, the Messiah organization that he had met was the most systematic and calculating of all the groups he has met. They take advantage of the characteristics of religion. The Messiah organization had 4 major classes. The peak was Messiah, or God, in short. Below it were those with stigmata, the guardians of God. Next, there were believers who believed in Messiah as God. The last class was slavery, who were not treated as human beings, and they were simply consumed. Of course, there was no much difference to the general group with classes here. They are well armed with mystery. The difference was the actions of Messiah and the Guardians. They moved in the Chungcheong provinces without staying in one place, eliminating monsters, and handing out food and weapons to survivors. Of course, food and weapons were given only to those who believed, followed and served. They showed salvation and compassion. For those who wanted to survive humanly in the Chungcheong provinces, and for those with power and status, the Messiah had become a must-believe religion. It's a lot better to be a god than a king. That was why Kim considered this Messiah wise. Realistically, it was impossible to properly manage a situation where most of the social infrastructure had collapsed. However, Chungcheong province was not a small area like Seoul, where infrastructure and population were concentrated. Infrastructure and population were scattered all over the open land. There were many more mountains than buildings. In these places, areas that could be managed only with intimidation were very limited. But Mystique was different. It is a very good time for the concept of religion to have power. The reason why a man who had never been to the Vatican worshipped the Vatican and Muslims bowed every day to Mecca, which they had never seen before, was also due to the mystery. Above all, it was no exaggeration to say that the value of religious relics in this era was perhaps the most powerful in human history. Rather, the power of the gilt bronze incense burner of beech is, even the power of the gilt bronze incense burner of beech that the Messiah had was appalling by explanation. According to the explanation, the gilt bronze incense burner of beech was an object that summoned an animal made of golden smoke. The power of the animal summoned was at least equal to the second great horse figure-type earthenware currently in his hands. It's more threatening than I thought. It was said that not even one but several were summoned, and since they were made of smoke, no physical attack could hurt them. The believers of the Messiah said that there was not a single monster so far that they could not kill by with gilt bronze incense burner of beech. A monster made of golden smoke that is not hurt by physical blows. That was enough to be called a miracle. This was not the only thing. Instead of calling them an awakener, the Messiah used guardian, and they expressed the mark of an awakener as the stigmata of a guardian. It was not just an impulsive group, but evidence that the Messiah system was built based on a number of purposes. Of course, it was an awkward system for Kim, who had to capture them and then take the gilt bronze incense burner of beech from them. I'll have no problem if I have time. If he had time, the Messiah would never be an opponent. Kim knew how to deal with a stronger opponent or a stronger group. There was no need for the power of an awakener. All he had to do was take the time to kill them one by one. There's no time, and that's a problem. But now, the time he was given was, until June. He must be back in Bucheon in July. Otherwise, he would not be able to stop the assassination of Colonel Lim Hyun-jun. He could not afford to trace Messiah's movements right away, and he knew that it would take the time to destroy them. In addition, using such methods, Messiah and the Guardians might choose to hide or escape. All he needed now was to make them come out by themselves, then knock them out. That's what works best for those who use religion as a weapon. And he was well aware of how to catch a group that used religion. The rise of a cult. He was also more aware of the dangers of a group using religion better than anyone else. He swallowed a cup of coffee and closed the lid of the thermos bottle. The use of another poison to remove the poison. I will be a Messiah, too. 3. The arrival of the monsters took away everything. It became an absolute reality in a changed world. What do you mean by that? I think there has been a rebellion at Bio. Rebellion? Under the warm sunshine, the car campsite located in the north of Mpjiriang was spectacular. Expensive SUVs were flashing themselves, expensive camping supplies were scattered, and countless kinds of wines and food were everywhere. It was hard to believe that such a sight was real. In one place there was even a DJ machine, and some people were dancing to the songs. It was a sight that was hard to see even before the monsters appeared. A short-haired woman laying down on a hammock between two trees handed her wine glass to the man standing next to her. Why don't you take care of it? Well. What's the matter? I sent people, but they were all beaten. At this, the woman was no longer lying in the hammock. She sat up from it and looked at the man kneeling in front of her, as she sat in the hammock and held the gilt bronze incense burner of beech. The man continued at her glance, the rebels seem to be armed properly, and dash. And? Are there any more problems? Some of the survivors who went to quell the rebellion say strange things. The man who was trying to spit out his words took a breath and then continued, the true savior saved us. The people who revolted in Bio said that. As soon as he said those words, the golden smoke began to flow out of the gilt bronze incense burner the woman was holding. With the appearance of the golden smoke, not only the man who knelt before the woman, but also the man who stood guard near the woman's hammock and everyone around her stood stock still. Soon the smoke disappeared back into the gilt bronze incense burner, and the woman held out her right hand. The man who had just received the glass of wine put it back in her right hand, the one with stigmata on the back of it. The woman drank her wine, savored it a while, and said, maybe a cult has appeared. The woman made a light gesture at the words. At the sign, the people around her gathered beside her as if they had been waiting. All of them had marks on their right hand, which they called stigmata. Already listening to the preceding conversation, they scrambled to talk to each other. I'll take care of it. Please leave it to me. The woman did not respond to them as they called out their willingness to take on the mission. Before replying, she touched the gilt bronze incense burner she had in her hand. No, all of us going. All of us. Yes, all of us. Is necessary. The woman in command sighed. If the rumor goes all the way to Nonsan, we'll be in trouble. Due to the crazy monster in Sejong City, we cannot be active in Taejoon City, so Nonsan is our base area. If the rumor spreads in Nonsan, it will be nothing good for us. We will show them, who deny us and resist us, what a cult is treated like. Show. Everyone's eyes changed at the word. The woman's eyes had changed. Everyone, gather. Soon after, at her words, the partygoers at the campsite stopped everything and began to gather at the place where the woman was sitting on a hammock. More than 100 people gathered in a flash. All of them with the stigmata on their right hand were wearing bronze swords or Gandal swords at their waists. The woman smiled at the crowd and began stroking the gilt bronze incense burner in her arms. Bio, this guy is going to its hometown after a long time. The Bio County office. Until a few days ago, this place was like another hell. The believers of Messiah chose the Bio County office as the place to hold their slaves. To put it simply, thousands of slaves spent the night piled up like boxes in rooms under the Bio County office. There. Block the way there. Block the road. Let's build a camp in that building. Come on. We have a lot to do. It was another look of hell, and what explanation was needed? Even when they slept, they had to bear death. But now, around the Bio County office, there was a power that was not suitable for hell, and that was vitality. Do it right. This is not the reserve training. The origin of vitality was the slaves of the Messiah who had lived because they had not been able to die, until a few days ago. Be sure to take your ammunition. Make it more valuable than your life. Even now, what they were doing with vitality was preparation for war. It was not easy. Preparing for war is, in other words, preparing one's own grave and graveyard. It is not a job for slaves, who have been exploited until they die because they are afraid to die, to prepare. It was an incredibly dramatic change. Of course, there was a reason. The fortification work is almost done, and once we hold on after the bombardment, we'll play games in the street. The Savior had appeared before them, who had only despair. The Savior did his miracle by suppressing the Messiah who had persecuted and exploited them overnight, and he told those who gathered without stopping there, let's fight against those who call themselves the Messiah. Let's not be their slaves, but become fighting warriors. And then I would be happy to be your Messiah. Everyone was surprised at the shout because the Savior was a white-skinned woman with blue eyes who spoke English. We're all ready to fight, and now you just have to give us your orders. I'm crazy. Kate Kennedy, she became a savior. She was to play the savior, to be exact. I'm crazy. The beginning of the story was a particularly warm night. 5. On a warm night, Kim Tae-hoon told Kate. From now on, I will use Messiah to catch Messiah. I don't think I really understood, unless you misinterpreted the English expression, or it's a saying. We're building a new savior group that denies the Messiah here, which is to say, a cult. He said he would use the bait of a cult to lure the Messiah group into Bio. Do you think that will work? There's nothing more threatening than a cult to those who use religion as a weapon. I understand. Think of ISIS. They destroyed the relics thousands of years old because they were the remains of heresy. They'll send a strong fighting power in order to punish us as an example, not just for punishment. She was able to understand his plan enough. That was all. Well, it wouldn't be hard for you to be Messiah. If you come down from heaven like Superman and wield a ray sword like the Jedi in Star Wars, 1 or 2 out of 10 will serve you as a savior on the spot. She thought she had no room for herself in his plan, and she didn't want to get in the way of the plan. No, you're Messiah. However, he put her in his plan. What? You're the one who's going to be Messiah. What? It was ridiculous, and she needed some time to understand it. You're crazy. And as soon as she understood his words, she tried to express her surprise in the loudest voice she could. But her cry never reached the mountain. Yup. Yup. He had shut her mouth with his telekinesis. Be quiet. After that short warning, he released his telekinesis, and she said in a low voice. Are you crazy? You want me to be a savior of the people here? There is no reason you can't be. I'm not like you. I don't fly like you. I'm an American. I'm not a Korean. It doesn't matter who the savior or God is anyway, and it doesn't matter how you plan and how you run it. What the hell? As her voice was about to rise again, he tapped his index finger on her mouth. She lowered her voice again. Why the hell should I do that? You're better off playing the savior than I am. This is an operation to lure. The bait is the bait, and the fisherman is the fisherman. If the fisherman is caught by a hook, he can't fish. I don't like fishing. I don't want to get involved. I'm a hostage, as you say. Have you ever seen a hostage play a savior? Of course, she didn't want to test her acting talent in this place. I'll cancel your debt when it's over. I'm only in debt. What? You'll act as a savior, and when it's all over, I'll cancel some of the debt of monster stones. However, he was serious enough to propose a deal with her. Monster stones were a new necklace that he put on her neck. It was worth more than just its value. Is this so important? If we leave the Messiah like this, their territory will extend beyond Chungcheong Province to Jeolla Province. When he first heard about the Messiah organization, he frankly looked down on them. Like the Messiahs that he has met so far, he thought that what they did in a world that was ruined by the emergence of monsters was a garbage group that picked the word, Messiah. However, the Messiah organization in Chungcheong Province was completely different from the previous Messiah organization. They had made themselves a religious group, and they were using the element of mystery well. When that happens, we won't even be able to take the root. Crucially, there was a very powerful relic in their hands. The Messiah religion, which usually produced miraculous results, would surely turn the grass black, like wildfire after it spread across the plains. I can't wait to get people like ISIS out of my territory, because monsters are a pain in the ass. Above all, this is our only chance. Now that they haven't expanded their force, it's the only chance for a roundup. He did not want to see his own fires burning in the flames that had spread so much, because seeing terrible results was already something he had to put up with from the visions of Napoleon's golden glass. She did not say any more to his face. Instead, she was anguished about what she had to do and what she could get. What exactly do I do? To play the savior, try to protect the people in Bio. And? That's all you have to do, and I'll do it. If I do the right thing, how many will you cancel? He asked in return, how many do you want? If this is the case, I'll need at least 50 reds, or 100. He replied with a meaningful smile to her proposal. I'll give you 100. 6. She stopped recalling and sighed. I'm crazy. She made a deal with him and eventually became a savior. In fact, when she accepted the offer, she thought it would be easy. All she had to do was play the savior on the stage prepared by him. She thought it was too easy to play the savior. But it didn't take long to realize that the idea was a mistake. The moment she started acting the savior, the moment she saw those who cried and thanked her like children, and then when she saw those who were willing to die at her command, she realized that it was not acting on stage, but a real thing. It was the same now. In a little while, the Messiah soldiers approaching the vicinity of Bio would begin attacking. A real and terrible war would begin. She had no intention of acting as a savior in the war. I should have known when he smiled when I said I would need 100. She would not be a savior, but now she would fight to protect those who believed in her as a savior and willingly devoted their life to her. It was the least courtesy to give to those who were prepared to die and prepared for war after being deceived by her acting. And that was why he cancelled expensive debts in return for her savior's acting. He knew better than anyone what it meant to play the savior and how hard it was. So he was convinced when he heard that he had to cancel 100 monster stones from her debt in exchange for acting as a savior. She still did not know what the world was like. Bang! A single gunshot passed over her head and fell over the Bio County office. Ark! A scream of pain and fear began to rise. The atmosphere of the Bio County office became a mess. It's a gunshot. Avoid shelling. Keep your position. Sooner or later, the Guardians will come in to clean up. You can't just let them in. Those who survived in the mess, now serving her as Messiah, burned with the will to fight. She looked at them and clenched her teeth. If she hadn't played the savior, they would have been slaves, but they wouldn't have been threatened. It's my fault. She could not be free from blame for their deaths. Of course, she had an obligation. She had to do her best to save a few more people. She held the hilt of the Gandal's sword in her waistband. 10 minutes, I'll hold on for 10 minutes somehow, as you said. It was the moment she realized the changed world. 7. Fire. Fire. Bio intersection. A dozen mortars lined up on the intersection of Bio Bridge, which crossed the GM River and then Bio. Boom. Boom. The sequentially popping fires fell over the Bio County office after making a 1-kilometer parabola. After a long journey, the faint sound of the shells reached the intersection of Bio. We have nothing to do. There was nothing to do in the first place. At best, some slaves rebelled. It's not necessary for all the guardians to be here, and there was no reason for the Messiah to come. The guardians with the stigmata made sad expressions at the sound. The expression was the same on the face of the guardians who commanded the soldiers. Stop shelling. One of the guardians who stopped the artillery bombs swung his right hand. Finish them. Yes. The soldiers with the guns that were waiting started running toward the Bio County office. Let's move. At the same time, 20 guardians, who had been waiting, slowly unwound and began to follow the path the soldiers had taken. 20 guardians were like the hammer to a nail. They wanted to trample down any bit of resistant spirit the slaves might have. It'll be clear in about an hour. Will it take an hour? Normal people couldn't do anything against the superhuman guardians, let alone rebelling, or even run away, because there was no pig in the world that could escape from cheetahs. Well, if we enjoy it, we'll be there in an hour. Well. I haven't been hunting human beings in a while, and I would have applied if I'd known this. It's fun to rape the runaway bee * cheese. UF * king pervert. It's more like a normal taste, as opposed to someone who breaks the legs of 2 men and has them fight each other. Of course, as soon as they left, all the guardians who were looking at the scene resolved the little tension they had. It's over. There was no reason to be nervous anymore. Get back. But a woman's voice tightened the tension of the guardians who had relaxed. Park In-young. Their eyes headed to her together, who was called Messiah rather than by name. No way. Oh, my God. Park In-young, who was reflected in their eyes, held the gilt bronze incense burner of beech with both hands. Everyone knew what it meant. Do you need to use the gilt bronze incense burner of beech? One of them spoke to her with courtesy. She did not answer. Instead, she began to inject her mana into it. Woo woo woo. The gilt bronze incense burner of beech, stoked by her mana, began to emit a fascinating golden light. After a while, the golden smoke began to flow through the hole in the incense burner. Gulp. The guardians who saw the scene swallowed without exception. She is going to send it over. This was the case with the gilt bronze incense burner of beech. Although they were allies, they could only get goosebumps in front of the outcome. The guardians, who had seen its destruction in scenes that made the wheat cry after the work of the terrible monsters, were forced to be nervous at this moment. At the same time, they focused. As if remembering a miracle to be remembered forever, they stared at her and the gilt bronze incense burner of beech in her hands. Soon, when the golden smoke from the gilt bronze incense burner of beech rose to her knees, she opened her eyes. Took. It was at that moment that an object of the perfect size to grab in the hand fell from the sky. Huh. What is it? No one was surprised at the sudden appearance of an object, because no one knew what it was. Could anyone be surprised to see something they do not know? Of course, they paid attention to find out what had fallen from the sky. Fortunately, it did not take long to identify it. Toot. It was only a short time to realize that it was a flashbang that spewed out intense flashes and burst their eardrums. Arg. Oh, my God. The two flashbangs paralyzed the sight and hearing of the crowd in a moment. It wasn't over there. Ugh. Wretch. The physical impact was not great when the flashbangs blew, but the impact on their eyes and auditory damage were worse than any physical shock. There were screams and struggling without blood. Ugh. Park In-young was not protected. She was closest to the flashbang, and she fell back under the explosive force that occurred when it exploded. At that moment, she dropped the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. However, she could not hear it fall to the ground. Whrick. Instead of falling to the ground, it was sucked into the hands of a man standing on the middle of the road divider. Kim Tae-hoon had finally caught the gilt bronze incense burner of beach. I finally got one of the things on the wish list. Of course, he looked at the gilt bronze incense burner of beach that came into his hands with black eyes. =========================================================================================================================Relic grade, grade 1. Relic value, normal. Relic effect, it summons a creature made of smoke. The color of the monster stones you have eaten affects the type of creature you can summon. At that moment, he was forced to admire in front of the relic in his hand. Part of the heritage of the brilliant kingdom, Beach, the splendor of this relic, worthy of being picked up by hand, was beautiful and dignified enough to make him, who was ignorant of archaeology, fall into it. Moreover, the gilt bronze incense burner of beach was not a simple golden object in the eyes of Black Snake. It was worth putting on the wish list. Taoist hermits, musicians, flying animals, wild animals, the phoenix standing on the top of the incense burner, and the dragon carrying Sintamani with its mouth, all filled the gilt bronze incense burner of beach, are shining bright with rainbow colors on each. This is the first time a relic looked down on me. While he was so enchanted by this relic he had not seen before, one or two people began to wake up from the impact of the flashbang. Their recovery was faster than he had anticipated. Ugh, what the hell? Flashbang. Someone used a flashbang. Those with the strong physical ability and high energy rank recovered and saw Kim. There. They immediately showed some fighting spirit to him. He has the incense burner. Stop him. Stop him from running. Kill him. Their fighting spirit began to fly all over the place like arrows. However, he did not respond to it. Instead, he pointed to one place with a chin, and several people instinctively turned their heads toward the tip of his chin. Winnie. Only those who turned their heads saw the horse made of clay, and a warrior made of clay atop the horse. When Messiah Park In-young wanted to create the Messiah organization, the first thing she cared about was the powerful violence that could deal with those who would challenge her beliefs. She gathered awakeners with stigmata and armed them with relics. At the same time, she gathered soldiers who were properly trained, and she organized the military forces. It was not difficult to gather soldiers. There was the 32nd Division under the 2nd Operations Command in Chungcheong Province, and there was the largest and most famous training camp in Korea, known best by the name of the Army Training Center, Nonsan Training Center. The Messiah organized an army by selecting the best among the soldiers from there. She created an army of God. After organizing the army, she continued to train them and made them elite. That was all. Get him. Get the monster. That was the only feature of Kim Tae-hoon. They were just hard-trained soldiers, no more than that. They had no practical experience. Even if they had, it would have been a very trivial level compared to his actual experience. The difference was similar to the one between a tiger and a rat. In the wide field, the rat would run away hard and the tiger would not be able to catch the rat easily. But if one put a tiger and a rat in a narrow cage, the tiger would not need a long time or a great effort to get rid of the rat. That was the reason he had done all this, the slaughter. I'll finish as fast as I can. Kim made a group that denied the Messiah by using a lot of hard work and effort, and he attracted the Messiah to Bio. In the process, he made the cruel choice of using the survivors of Bio, thousands of lives and Kate's life, as bait. The reason why he had waited for them to be gathered together in one place, hiding his identity so far, was for the slaughter. Of course, he was going to do his best for his role on the stage. Nay. The main axis of the massacre was horse figure type earthenware. The earthenware, which Kim summoned after injecting his mana before he threw the flashbang, ran up the Bio main street and started to go crazy between the Messiah guardians and soldiers gathered at Bio intersection. Tututu. Tututututu. The Messiah's soldiers and guardians fired bullets against the raging, mounted earthenware, but it was useless. Those who were called the plunderers in Incheon proved that bullets did not work on the horse figure type earthenware, but there was no one here who knew that. Damn it, the gun does not work. Use relics. Guardians, forward. Of course, unlike the plunderers of Incheon City, there were powerful relics in the hands of the Messiah people. Wu Woong. Gandal swords and bronze swords. The relics that flashed along the translucent blade, which were sharp at the moment energy was injected, sparked the courage of those who held them. Siege it. Siege it. You can think of it as a monster. It's not hard. In addition, their sparkling courage made it possible to think calmly. One opponent, versus the number of guardians left at Bio intersection being over 80, and the number of soldiers close to 400. Among them, the number of guardians who could use weapons like Gandal swords and bronze swords was around 30. Don't be afraid of damage. There was no reason to be frightened against only one monster. They realized that, and they surrounded the horse figure type earthenware running wildly on the road, and they began to narrow the area down. Tututu. They fired bullets, got the attention of the horse figure type earthenware anyway, and gave it physical influence. I'll slow it down. Some of the guardians were courageous and willing to fly toward the earthenware. Of course, they were like moths running to a flame, no more than that. Winnie. The horse figure type earthenware was the monster which had fought against the twin-head ogre, and it was not an object for guardians with C or D rank of energy, with relics of C grade, and barely 100 total point of strength and health, to fight. Arc. Of course, as soon as a Messiah guardian raised his sword like a spear and thrust out, the horse rotated 180 degrees and avoided the sword, and at the same time, the warrior's sword on the horse cut through the guardian's head. Seuyuk. The guardian's head was cut neatly above his nose and dropped to the ground. As was said earlier, it was the death like a moth, the death that seemed unworthy, the death that left only fear. But those who saw it were angry instead of being frightened. King bastard. A companion had died with courage. If they were only frightened before that fact, they would not have enjoyed such entertainment in the Messiah. To do bad things took courage. Kill it. Fire a bullet or a mortar. Fire it. Of course, they were angry again, and naturally, they began to blind themselves to anger. Pook. An arrow pierced their distracted temples. Sun Sin's arrow. In the past, the arrow, which fulfilled the will of the great Admiral Lee Sun Sin, now fulfilled the will of Kim Tae-hoon. Pook, pook, pook. It began to pierce the heads of the Messiah guardians, blinded by anger. Moreover, Kim was not blinded, unlike the guardians. His eyes turned black and looked over the entire battlefield. Come on, come on. It was natural that his black eyes found soldiers who had set up claymores to kill the horse figure type earthenware and were now backing away quickly for the explosion. Detonate it. We have guardians in front. Just blow it. Kim gestured lightly toward the claymore installed like that. It was not a sign that meant anything. It was a kind of a switch which made the image that he needed when he used his telekinesis clearer. The claymore spun 180 degrees on the spot as his hand gesture. Just shoot it. Flake. The claymore, which had turned, was faithful to its mission. As soon as the soldier pressed the trigger switch, it threw out a lot of steel beads inside it towards the front. Kwang. A roar burst out, not even allowing one to scream. In the meantime, there was a person who had grasped the existence of Kim and approached him carefully with a Gandul sword in his hand. I have to kill him. He approached Kim with a keen eye and tried to become an assassin, not a guardian at this moment. Of course, it was the wrong action. The sound of footsteps was now the same as the thunder to Kim, who had the hearing of the bell-tailed rat. Kim turned his head as soon as the man approached within 5 meters of his back. His mouth was bulging as if he'd just taken a huge drink of something. Foo-foo. A huge flame was vomited from his mouth. Arg. The wave of flame hit the assassin square on. Ah. Ha. But it did not reach the assassin. As if there was an invisible membrane, the flame could not reach the assassin and swept around him. Air. What? It was unexpected for both Kim and the assassin. It was Kim who took the next action after this unexpected event. Kim swung his palm up, and immediately the assassin's body was yanked into the air. Cuck. An invisible line executed the hanging. Kim approached the struggling assassin and pulled something out of his arms. What came out was a Buddha statue about 10 centimeters or so tall. Kim opened his black eyes. Gilt bronze Bodhisattva statue. Relic grade, grade 3. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, it stops magical effects from reaching the owner. It was National Treasure number 330, the gilt bronze Bodhisattva statue. They must have robbed the National Bio Museum. It was a valuable relic, but Kim threw it out of the bio intersection, and then he also threw away the Gandul sword out of the road after he took it from the assassin's hand. The relics were hidden in the grass off the road. However, the gilt bronze incense burner of beech was still in his arms. What are you? At that moment, a sharp cry headed for Kim. Park In-young. She faced 2 flashbangs with her eyes and ears, but she stood in front of Kim in a fairly good manner. She is in good shape. The flare was less lethal than a grenade, but the destructive power to a human was stronger in some areas than the grenade. But now her appearance in front of him was so excellent. In her hand was a Buddha statue about 20 centimeters tall, which was bigger than the Bodhisattva statue that he had just thrown away. It was an object that could not be compared to the previous Bodhisattva statue. His black eyes immediately grasped its identity. Sad face gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue. Relic grade, grade 2. Relic value, rare. Relic effect, it restores the owner to their original condition quickly. National Treasure number 293, the gilt bronze Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva statue. That was why she showed up in front of Kim, willingly taking the ridiculous damage. What on earth are you? And it was the reason for her anger towards Kim. She had countless relics in her hands to perform miracles. There was no reason for her to lower her voice, filled with powerful relics from the Bio National Museum in an era where relics were power. He also had no intention of denying the fact. Such logic was also convenient for him. Tsrong. A sword was pulled from his back and flew straight towards her. 9. Tututu. Tututu. The endless gunfire began to rumble snake-like between buildings and buildings, between the road, and on the road. Arg. The snake-like gunfire was always accompanied by a scream. Damn it. Waiting for a chance to fight back with those who served her as a savior inside the building, Kate clenched her teeth at the gunshots and screams that tortured her ears without a break. How many people have died? As the gunfire stopped, and time passed, the the soldiers and guardians of Messiah entered the Bio County office. Accordingly, the battle had begun. And the battle was of course one-sided. Even if they had taken guns, even if they had enough ammunition for them, it was too much to expect a proper battle from those who had barely managed to remain as slaves for months. Even if they had served their country as an active member in the military, how many people had fought in the street battles during their service? The opponent was a combat organization created by Messiah after her own screening, to cement her as the extraordinary existence of Messiah. Nothing was good for the survivors of Bio, be it physical ability, mental power, skill, or experience. Originally, it had to be all over in the earlier gunfire. No, it shouldn't have been such a fight. The survivors of Bio had no intention, no reason, or hope to fight in the first place. We'll make the time. You must avoid them, Savior. It was only because of Kate that the survivors would not give up fighting against the terrible odds. They believed that the hope she had shown was a real hope, so they were willing to fight because there was hope. It was the evidence that her performance had been excellent. If her savior's acting was awkward, even those who were desperate would not have shown such a noble belief and sacrifice. I am not a savior. The fact now became a dagger, and it flew and stuck into her heart. It was so painful, using others' hopes to eventually give them something in vain. I am not a savior, I can't save you. She regretted two things at this moment. She regretted her own inability to grasp the world properly, pretending to act to pay off her debts, and she regretted that she had no power to be a savior for them. Here you are. At that moment, 3 men entered the building where she and survivors were. They were the guardians of the Messiah. The faces of the survivors turned gray at the moment they appeared, for the Messiah guardians were monsters to the survivors of Bio, no different from monsters. What is it? At the same time, the Messiah guardians were surprised. A Gandal sword? A foreigner? Even the Gandal sword in her hands was unexpected. In such a situation, only she moved, instead of being surprised. She rushed to one of the guardians, injecting energy into her body and into her hand. Then she slashed the Gandal sword in a slant. Seuyuk. The Gandal sword so easily made the body of the guardian into 2 pieces at once. Her attack did not stop there. Ugh! She held the sword high with a shout toward one of the remaining 2. Oh, my God! Now the guardian, who faced the sword that would strike down like a lightning bolt toward him, took the sword in his waist and injected his energy into it as hard as he could. He held the injected Gandal sword over his head. The 2 Gandal swords crossed. Seuyuk. But again, it was just the sound of being cut off, the sound of the sword and the body of the guardian being cut off at once. Energy rank A. The Gandal sword, with her overwhelming power, was stronger than any other weapon at this moment. F***CK. The other man, who had lost 2 companions in a short time, took out a revolver pistol in his waist instead of a bronze sword in front of the scene. Blam, blam. The shots went off immediately. But the bullets were not able to penetrate her armor, made from the skin of the twin-head ogre. Crazy. A cry came out of the guardian's mouth that seemed to be unacceptable. In the meantime, she narrowed the distance from the guardian, and at once she cut him down. In a moment, 3 guardians were crushed to the floor in 6 pieces. Who? She panted hard. It was her first killing. It was a shock. The feeling of cutting a person's body was clearly felt through her palm. The sight of the body crumpled at her feet and the bloody smell that had begun to bloom now, were imprinted on her mind. But she didn't fall into shock. The survivors were thrilled by her work, and because of the feelings of those who had prayed beyond gratitude, she could not fall into the shock of the first kill. No, she didn't even deserve it. Was it not she who had pushed their backs as they were being killed in the bombardment, by the gunshots of the soldiers, and by the Messiah guardians at this moment? There was no way she deserved to fall into disappointment. There was only one thing she could do at this moment, pray for the real savior to come. It's been 10 minutes. Come on. Sky. Someone is coming down from the sky. Her prayers came to pass. Ah. Then she said with sincerity. It's over now. The war was over. 10. This is the payment for this month. Yang Young-hwan, the master of the Starfish clan, put a heavy black plastic bag on the desk where Jang Sung-hoon sat and left the room. Jang looked at the plastic bags filling with his desk silently. Then Jang Sung-hoon spoke, if I were a real awakener. The identity of the plastic bags was none other than the tax of the monster stones that the clans under the Mac Guild killed. Now that the number of hunters working under the Mac Guild was great, the payment had to be enormous. It was a treasure pile that could not be compared with any treasure for awakeners. Oh, it's heartbreaking. On the other hand, for Jang, who was not an awakener, it was just a stone. Of course, he did not really complain about it. He knew the costs they had to pay as awakeners, and what threats and risks they faced. Furthermore, the stronger they were, the threats they faced also became bigger. He was frankly grateful for his situation. How is he doing? Kim Tae-hoon's actions and his future actions were enough to make his heart reverent. Well, he may be doing fine, and who can touch the boss unless he fights the blue-grade monster in Sejong City? Naturally, his complaints were short. After his complaints, he got up from his chair and opened the bag next to him. First, he checked Napoleon's golden glass. It's not full yet. Then, he confirmed Didangyojido. He opened a thick Didangyojido map, and first confirmed Bucheon City. Now the monsters of Bucheon City are almost gone. After that, he looked around Bucheon City and at Seoul. There are still a lot of yellow-grade monsters in Seoul. The boss was absolutely right. There's no Didangyojido in the Capital Defense Command. If they had had one, they would not have missed killing such monsters with such a powerful relic. The last thing he looked at was Sejong City. When he checked Sejong City, his face turned white. His hands moved quickly. Next to Sejong City, he opened the page where Cheonan City was located. No. Immediately, he opened the page where Pyeongtaek City was located. No. Even then, his hands did not stop, and the page where Osan City was located was opened. A blue light. One blue light was moving rapidly from Osan City to Suwon City. When he found the light, he dropped the Didangyojido map from his hand. The great treasure fell to the floor. But he could not respond to the fact, because all he could do right now was to shake uncontrollably, that was all. God damn it, damn it. In front of the trembling that could not be controlled, he made a rough sound, and eventually, he managed to move his shaking hands and hit his cheek. Smash! His body, which had only trembled before, began to move. Hang in there, Young Sung-hoon, tens of thousands of lives are in your hands. Roll your brain, roll it. With a screaming order to himself, he immediately picked up Didangyojido from the floor, and then checked the blue light again. It is the 6 snakes. At this moment, he came up with one scenario. The 6 snakes, they're luring the blue-grade monster here to crush us, or there's no reason for a blue-grade monster to come to Bucheon. If they wanted to F***CK the Mac Guild, if they wanted to crush it, it was the creepiest scenario they could choose. It was a great thing. In front of this overwhelming despair, he imagined the answer closest to the truth. However, he could not think of a new scenario that could prevent the scenario. God damn it, and there was no unique actor here to stop the scenario. With the advent of the monsters, horrors that had never been experienced began. With the advent of the Messiah, the exploitation and plundering which seemed to not end began, but in the end, it was a man who no one anticipated or knew who finished the nightmare of Bio. A desperate battle began, and only screams and corpses were left. Kim Tae-hoon. He no longer allowed the gunshots and screams to ring out in Bio. That's how the nightmare ended. Are you finished? But it wasn't over. Kate asked a question of him, who started to enjoy the coffee he had served at the coffee shop after finishing everything. He did not answer, but he stared at her slowly with his coffee in his mouth. It looks like it's over. She did not play up her anger, as she knew he was not that kind of man. Thank you. She was not angry at his appearance. She knew that she had no right or reason to be angry with him. Thank you so much. She thanked him again. Gulp. At that time, he swallowed. I liked your savior's performance, and I caught the messiahs properly, and I'll cancel some of the monster stones, as promised. After his words, he enjoyed his coffee again. That was the last sip, and the coffee that had been half filled in the mug was gone, not because he drank a lot at once, but because of the small amount of coffee that he had made. Her face hardened at that moment. Hey, are you going to leave like this? There was no answer to the question. There was no need to. His eyes, looking at her indifferently, were enough to convey the answer. Are you really going to leave them alone? Her face was now distorted. If you just go back, most of the people here will just die. It was the sound of Kim swallowing the last coffee that stopped the words that she was pouring out with her feelings. At that sound, she swallowed without even knowing it. We used the Messiah to catch the Messiah, that was our plan. You play Messiah, and I catch Messiah. I never said anything more. You saved them. You're responsible for saving them, aren't you? He got rid of the Messiah. Certainly, they were rooted very well. But there were still plenty of threats around the survivors of Bio. Once there was a threat from the monsters. The survivors of Bio were exploited by the Messiah believers, but they endured since the Messiah protected them from the monsters anyway. But no one would kill the monsters that would be going crazy now that Messiah disappeared. They don't know how to fight monsters. Even those who were protected by the Messiah had little resistance to monsters, because they had never fought them. The Messiah had hunted monsters from the beginning, using the overwhelming weapon of the first-grade relics, not the crude relics obtained from the Bio National Museum. When compared, the presence of Messiah was a desperate remedy for the survivors. There was no room for tolerance in the body's fight against the disease. There was a shortage of food and ammunition. Unlike Seoul and Bucheon, there was enough farmland in Chungcheong province and Nonsan areas, but the rice harvested from rice farming did not have much food stockpiled, and it was not enough to guarantee next year. As soon as he left here, all the survivors here were finally sentenced to a deadline to die. Her anger was right. I'll make sure of two things. He spoke to her anger. 1. I used these people here as bait, and I threw a wriggling worm into my hook to catch what I wanted, and the fishing was over. There's no reason for me to look at the state of the worm on the needle anymore. She glared at him. 2. I don't want to be a savior, and even I can't be a savior. You. She reached for his collar as if she couldn't stand it anymore. He did not avoid the touch. He was willing to be seized by the collar. That was all. He, who was caught with the collar, didn't budge. She just grabbed his collar. Currently, there are tens of thousands of people who need my protection in Bucheon and Incheon. For their sake, I am willing to ignore the lives of thousands in Bio. In addition, his will was as strong as his body. She gave up her persuasion in front of the firmness. She relaxed her grip. Then I'll bear these lives. Unlike him, she could not abandon them. Because of those who believed her to be a savior and sacrificed their life, she couldn't ignore the survivors here. No, but he didn't even allow it. You're a hostage. I can't allow you to act the way you want. Let's make a deal. Please help the survivors here. I'll bear the price. What are you going to pay with? Anything will be fine. Whether my body or a monster stone, say what you want. She was relieved of part of her debt in return for playing the savior, and she was now determined to owe an unmatched debt. He had a bitter smile at the changed look of her. You faced the reality. The first time he saw she was a smart woman. To put it more plainly, she was an astute woman. She was a woman who understood her situation and was willing to act for her own good. The evidence was that she pretended not to know anything from the first time he met, and that she understood the situation and calculated quickly by weighing the scales. However, she was now facing the reality. The world in which monsters had appeared was not just about fighting monsters. She had no choice but to reveal her true self, facing the reality that just living became hell. But I didn't expect this to happen. It was the way she was now. She was full of responsibility and a great cause. Well, for Americans, admiration of heroes is not just a preference. To put it simply, she was a hero. She was a hero who wanted to achieve something worthwhile through self-sacrifice. He was not surprised by her appearance. There were not a lot of people in the world like her. Courage had its own use. Someone needs courage just to save their life, someone needs the courage to commit evil, and someone needs courage for the sake of the world. That's all. There was no need for him to pay much attention to her appearance. If you really want to become their savior, what's urgent right now is not to take them to Bucheon. He did not bring her here just to use her. Actually, the Chungcheong area is important to me, too. For the Honam region, the largest granary region in Korea, we need to establish a base in Chungcheong province in some way. But I can't do that right now. What's the reason? The reason is that we did not come through Sejong City on our way. Of course, at this moment, he was planning to use her heroic image for his own good. He was Kim Tae-hoon. There is a blue-grade monster in Sejong City. What do we do to kill it? 2. Sejong City. Built under the reason of relocating the administrative capital, it was once called the grave of government officials. Of course, it was a joke, a grumbling joke made by goose fathers, who suddenly drifted around the country to earn money for their dependents who studied abroad, or government officials who became mothers. But now the joke had become a reality. Sejong City became a huge tomb. Among them, the Sejong Government Complex and Sejong City Hall were the most splendid tombs. Sejong City Hall, which reminded people of a spaceship and once brilliantly shone under the sunshine with glass instead of concrete, was a glass mound, and Sejong Government Complex, which was designed like a snake to follow the Jumgang River passing through Sejong City, was the longest tomb in Korea. Rather than survivors, the two areas became a land where monsters digging up the dead bodies lived. Nonsense. He was shocked by the fact. We shouldn't hear this. Dangjin Yongdeok Expressway. On the road across from Sejong City, he was listening to Sejong City Hall and Sejong Government Complex, and he could hear the monsters and beasts flocking to eat the leftovers in the mass graves. Well, there's a really big monster here, right? Are you sure there's a blue-grade monster? He could hear her voice. However, he could not respond to the sound. He couldn't afford it. There's only one thing that can make a sound here. This was the stage of the blue-grade monster, and of course, this was not the place where such a noise was allowed. It was nothing else, but a blue-grade monster. There was no need to feel fear, but the existence alone made the monsters below the yellow grade stupid. But if there was such a monster, why was there so much noise? There was a monster loitering to eat a broken body. Even animals were running around in the collapsed city. It was evidence. This was no longer the territory of the monster. That's ridiculous. At that moment, he quickly took out the thermos bottle and drank the coffee in it. It was ridiculous to drink coffee in an urgent situation, a situation where there was no room in his mind, but it was a more desperate act for himself. Hey! He ignored her words toward him and began to think with only coffee. Using the hearing of the bell-tailed rat, he interpreted the information repeatedly by accepting the sounds. Damn it! His reason and knowledge always returned the same answer to the information. I hope it's not the worst scenario. There was no more blue-grade monster in Sejong City. Gulp. In the end, he accepted the fact with the coffee that he had been tasting. Are you sure there's a monster here? I want an answer. She urged him to answer. However, her voice was not audible to him. There was only one thing he could hear. Tututu. It was the gunshots that started to fill the Sejong government complex that had collapsed at some point. 3. Tutu. A gunshot broke through the wreckage of the collapsed building. Tutu. The shot was quite plain, and it had a lightness that could never be produced by frightened, mad pulling of the trigger. It was evident that the owner of this gun was now a veteran of many experiences and battlefields. Hey! Body! How are you? Legs, I got my leg bitten. Be careful, you as asterisk hole. You are damn bitten. Did I want to be bitten? The monster bit me. Such a veteran had no choice but to spit out a whimper in front of his fellows. Tutu. Veteran Lee Hyung-woo, who saw monsters with shapes similar to wolves trying to come back, turned his head again and looked at his fellow Pak Jin Seo, who was pressing his left shin with a rag to stop the bleeding. Park, who felt Lee's gaze, said immediately. Don't let your eyes wander, but focus on the front. If they come, you're done, too. You looked aside, I'm fine. Damn, I am envious of you. The disputing, the harsh words came and went. But they both knew that they did not need to say them. I'll slow them down here, so you run. And they knew that they no longer needed to be scolded by words that were no longer true. Don't be funny. Don't shoot the drama, Lee, we're here to deliver the news, not to come to die together. There's mud troll flesh, and that's enough to recover if you can afford it. It's an emergency. I'm not using it for this. F***ck, you're using it for this. When else do you use it? Stay with me, you idiot. Our job is to deliver the news to him. Forget it. What happened? They knew, but they could not stop the fake argument. When they stopped the quarrel, one of them would be bait and the other would have to live with regret for the rest of his life. Eventually, Lee wept unknowingly. The fact that there was no one here to quarrel like this made his heart beat cold. Park took something out of his pocket for Lee. It was candy. Cheap candy one could see when one went to a restaurant and finished one's bill at the counter. It was all coffee candy. You should eat all of this. Tutu. Lee, who took another shot before answering, confirmed the candy and laughed bitterly. What the hell is that coffee-flavored candy? Well, it's an amulet. Our good luck charm. Ayo. The conversation, which was not likely to end, was ended by a wolf's cry. The wolf's howling was so fierce that it was not comparable to a normal wolf. As soon as they heard it, Lee and Park shut their mouths to the howling, which made the whole body get goosebumps, dented, and sent shivers down the spine. The gunshots also stopped. Ah! Lee's fingers were frozen when he was exposed to the howling. Fire, Lee Hyung-woo asshole. Park forced all his energy and shouted toward Lee. Lee pulled the trigger with a chuckle. But all he could hear was a knock on the empty magazine. His face turned white, and Park shouted out with a red face, "You idiot! Go away! Run! Go!" Park, who squeezed his voice, picked up the K2 rifle that lay next to him. He clearly held a scary weapon, but it was as useless as a death row convict in front of the death penalty. Go! Lee couldn't get away with leaving his companion. Go, F***ck off. Go. Park made a sound again toward Lee. Thump. At that moment a man fell on the ground from above. A spiderweb-like crack started under the feet of the man, and sand dust scattered in shock waves. The only thing that glistened between the clouds of dust was black eyes. The eyes were full of a fearsome dignity that no other monster could compare to. However, Lee and Park, who looked at the pupils, burst into tears. Ma master. If you enjoyed this video, Be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads.